dais who are going to be the esteemed panelists of this thematic session. So, with your round of applause, invite on the chair of this session, Shri Manish Singh PS, Madhya Pradesh WRD. Please put your hands together for him. I invite you, sir, on the dais. Now, please join me in welcoming on the dais the co-chair of this session, Dr. T.G. Vinay, MD, Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board. Please put your hands together for him. I also take this pleasure to invite on the dais Shri Ram Prasth Manohar, Chairman, Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board. Please put your hands together for him. I invite you on the dais, sir. I also invite on the dais Shri Krishna Murthy B. Kulkarni, Secretary WR. Please put your hands together for him. Welcome on the dais, sir. Also, I would like to invite Shri Chen, Chief Engineer INWRB, Haryana, and Administrator. Please put your hands together for him. Also, I welcome on the dais Shri Pular Tarini, Senior Irrigation Specialist. Please put your hands together for the gentleman. And on the dais, I also take this privilege to invite Shri Sanyam Agrawal, Special Secretary, Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Punjab. Please welcome him with your round of claps. Welcome, sir. So as we have the dignitaries over here now, so let me once again share with you that this thematic session is on water use efficiency. As we all know that water is a finite resource, and as we grapple with its issue and challenges, the efficient utilization of water becomes paramount. That's really essential. So in this session, we are all set to deliberate on strategies and practices that will enhance our collective efforts in optimizing water use and enhance its productivity. Efficient water use is not just about minimizing waste, it's about finding a delicate balance that meets the needs of today without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It involves a holistic social, economic, environmental considerations. And of course, as we were discussing yesterday also, that this task requires a lot of comprehensive efforts and collaborative efforts of the state and central. So that is why we have got this session in which we have got the collaboration of both. And to initiate with, let me please request the chair of this session to give the opening remarks, and then we'll be starting with the presentations. So I would like to request Shri Manish Singh PS, Madhya Pradesh WRD, to kindly give the opening remarks, sir, and then we will move on with the presentations. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Let me confess that I am a stopgap chair. I was to make a presentation in this group, but 2 minutes back I was told to chair it. So pardon me if I'm bad at my opening remarks. Nevertheless, I'll give it a try. The importance of water is and water use efficiency is not lost to any of us. We know the ancient civilizations grew around water bodies, lakes, rivers, and from there till if we can trace it, the sustainable development goals, which are the guideposts for a lot many things in the world today. The 6.4 goal speaks about water use efficiency and increasing it globally. And the importance of water for in terms of poverty alleviation, in terms of livelihood, is very well known, especially in a country like India, which has an agriculture dominant economy, and especially for my state, which has an agriculture economic base. the National Water Mission also has a goal of improving the water use efficiency. And I dare say this, that the works that are going around and on which my esteemed colleagues and the co-presenters will talk about have the potential to actually solve a lot of problems, including a lot of interstate water disputes. I'm actually saying this with uh, uh, the work that has happened in Madhya Pradesh and across India. And when I make the presentation, I'll try to, in my presentation, I'll try to give the details about it. I look forward to healthy interaction in this session. And uh, I'll request my coach. Do you want to make some initial remarks, or should we move ahead? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So, with these words, I'll invite Mr. Manohar from Bangalore Water Supply and Sewage Board, Karnataka. He'll be talking about use of water recycled and reused.
Good evening. May I ask someone to play this video for? Good evening, friends. It's very warm welcome, warm morning also in Chennai. So, good. Can you play that?
Glory with time of human beings, where thoughts whispered despair.
Please hold on.
Witness a glorious transformation. The key.
So, myself, Dr. Ram Prasad Manohar, I am the chairman of Bangalore Water Supply Board. We are here to present a project which is well known across.
With time of human beings, where thoughts whispered despair.
Can you hold on? Who is?
Witness a glorious transformation. The TNC life, where dreams followed magic. In the heart of Karnataka, where water scarcity has.
Yeah. There is some communication gap. It's okay. So let me speak for a few words. Then you have the presentation. In Bangalore, which is situated in elevated platform of 300 meters from the sea level, we were taking water from Kaveri, about 90-kilometer length. About 1,450 MLD water is being pumped from Kaveri to Bangalore water supply. It is generating about 1,300 MLD of sewage, and it is again treated in various STPs. And now that STP water was going as a treated water again back into the Kaveri. But later that mine irrigation department and BWSSB in collaboration, we formulated a project which is again being used in the canals and pipelines to fill the tanks of the drought affected districts of Kolar, Chikballapur and Anekal. So that project is being very, very successful, and it is being given various recognition across the country. Therefore, I am here to present a project on this particular initiative taken in collaboration with the Mine Irrigation Department and Bangalore Water Supply Board. So we have prepared a small video. So it is very illustrative video. I think there is not much to say about further. So here we are presenting that video for you. Thank you. Please play the video.
Rolling with time of human beings, where thoughts whispered despair. Witness a glorious transformation. The TNC life, where dreams follow magic. rolling with time of human release, where droughts whispered in despair. Witness the glorious transformation, the KNC Valley, where dreams followed magical transformation. In the heart of Karnataka, where water scarcity has been a relentless adversity, a visionary project has emerged to breathe life into the drought-stricken regions of Kola, Chikmagalur, and Andhra. Meet the innovative logic aiming to bridge the gap between water scarcity and agricultural needs. Today, we embark on a journey that seeks to transform the fate of these parched lands. The heartbeat of this initiative lies in the 140 days of Kolar, 65 days of Chikmagalur, and 69 days of Andhra, each eagerly awaiting their fill of revitalized used treated water. In 1964, a special organization was formed by the government to make sure Bengaluru has clean water and takes care of used water. Let's discover the theory of this vital team. Bengaluru water supply and sewerage board ensures supply of clean water and used water management. They work hard to make sure everything stays in balance, even not for profit, but for the well-being of the people. The board isn't just for the city, it's a huge living body taking care across a huge area that is 800 square kilometers in total. Within Bengaluru's intimate urban framework lies sewerage systems spanning 11,892 kilometers. At the goal of used water management, 33 sewage treatment plants diligently purify our wastewater. And then, the AXCI SGP in Chennai, Bengaluru shines as a notable contributor. This facility symbolizes Bengaluru's commitment to sustainable used water management, standing as a beacon of environmental responsibility. A noteworthy 548 millimeters per day of carefully treated used water finds purpose replenishing the lakes and tanks of Kolar, Chikmagalur district, and Tamilnadu. Beneath the surface, a totally designed underground sewage system seamlessly connects to the KNC Valley sewage treatment plant, ensuring efficiency. Since its establishment in 1972, the KNC Valley Sewage Treatment Plant has achieved remarkable milestones in used water treatment. Over the years, it has successfully treated a total of 280 million liters per day of used water in 3 phases until the year 2006. In 2006, plant reached treating 280 ml to 48 ml used water. In 2018, the plant reached a noteworthy milestone by treating 60 ml plus 90 ml of used water, showcasing its dedication to effective water management. Fast forward to 2021, the plant achieved even greater heights by treating an impressive 150 ml of used water, marking
a significant increase in its capacity of 548 MLD. These achievements reflect the plant's commitment to sustainable used water treatment practices, contributing to the well-being of Central and South Bangalore. The KNC Valley STP stands as a symbol of progressive and environmental stewardship, ensuring a cleaner and healthier future for the community. At the KNC Valley Sewage Treatment Plant, used water undergoes a careful treatment process. The treated used water is then directed to minor irrigation pumping stations and from there pumped to Narsapura. This treated used water serves multiple purposes, from supporting livestock to rejuvenating lakes and recharging groundwater facilities. The KNC Valley Sewage Treatment Plant stands as a paragon, meeting and exceeding the stringent standards set by the regulatory bodies. Compliant with the National Green Tribunal and Karnataka State Pollution Control Board standards, the plant not only fulfills the prescribed criteria but goes beyond, ensuring the highest levels of used water treatment. In a remarkable feat of sustainability, the KNC Valley Sewage Treatment Plant not only champions used water treatment but also harnesses the power of innovation. Serving as a dynamic power generating unit, the plant proudly produces 2 megawatts of power, sufficient to meet the energy needs of around half of the entire KNC Valley STP. A substantial 500 million liters per day of meticulously treated used water is being systematically transported from the KNC and HN Valley sewage treatment plants to the scarce area of Kolar, Chikballapur district and Anekal Taluk. Here, it serves as a catalyst for positive change, rejuvenating 274 lakes and contributing to the ecological well-being of the region. BWSSB have tertiary treatment plants at Lalbagh, Kabban Park, V Valley, Yelahanka and Jakkur. The treated used water from these plants is source of revenue generation to BWSSB. These treated used water are being supplied to Bangalore International Airport, Bharat Electronics Limited, Indian Air Force, Railway Factory Yelahanka, ITC, Karnataka Power Corporation Limited, KIADB Industrial Area, Devanahalli, Kabban Park, Lalbagh Park, Legislative Assembly of Karnataka, Raj Bhavan, Bangalore Golf Club, Metro Construction and Tunneling Works. Sale of treated used water other than supply to minor irrigation is being generating revenue in the tune of rupees 55 lakhs per month. Adding to its significance, a noteworthy 850 mld of total treated used water is being reused for groundwater rejuvenating filling lakes, landscape, industrial use, non-domestic use. This is the largest reuse of treated used water in India. Imagine a place where treated used water isn't just a solution for cities, it's a lifeline for villages. In dry period, it safeguards commercial fisheries, welcomes migratory birds, and breathes life into rural economies. This isn't just water management, it's a circular economy model in action. From a staggering 1,500 feet to a mere 300-400 feet, the improvement in groundwater facilities, thanks to the innovative KC Valley, is a game changer for farmers. In the past, despite drilling deep borewells, water scarcity plagued agriculture. Now, with the KC Valley breakthrough, farmers can access groundwater at significantly shallower depths. The KC Valley project is like a guardian for farmers in the changing climate. It is not just about used water. It is making sure farmers have stable jobs and the people don't have to leave their villages. This project is a guarantee that our food stays secure in the city and that folks in villages get the right nutrition. Wetlands are safe and the homes of fish and other water creatures are shielded. Even when it is dry, there's always enough water for everyone. Enter the heart of agriculture where the KC Valley project is the unsung hero. With a reliable water supply, farmers work magic, yielding plentiful crop for food security and economic stability. Water availability empowers diversification, letting farmers grow crops aligned with market needs and soil suitability, boosting incomes and overall productivity. The KNC Valley project stands as a pillar of success among all the initiatives of BWSSB. The KNC Valley project within this regulatory framework becomes more than a water initiative. It is a symbol of respect for every drop. The collaboration between the minor irrigation and BWSSB underscores a commitment to sustainable practices and responsible resource utilization. The KNC Valley project isn't just a hero, but a national model.
Thank you. Stop it. This is an illustration of the collaboration between various departments of government, especially the wastewater which is being disposed as a wastewater after the treatment is again waste of economy. So as all of us are aware about this fact, it is one of the illustrative use of water which is being treated and being used for groundwater recharge and which is again boosting the rural economy. Thanks for the opportunity. Any questions we'll address at the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Manohar. Now I'll request TG Vinay, MD, Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board, to make his presentation or make his address. I'll request you to confine yourself to 10 minutes, please.
A very good morning to all, respected madam, respected senior officers from Government of India and various other states, all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. A very good morning to all. I warmly welcome you to this city of Mahabalipuram, And on behalf of Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board, I am Dr. Vinay, MD, who is presenting on reuse and of treated water. So as we all know, Chennai is one of the fastest growing metro cities with a population of around 85 lakhs. So we have a population of around 87 lakhs. And basically for our water source, we depend on open reservoirs and we don't have any perennial water source. So the basic facts about Chennai Metropolitan Supply, we have the population of around 87 lakhs and a 426 square kilometer, which is in contiguous with the Chennai Corporation limits. The source of water supply, as I was mentioning, we have majorly 6 reservoirs and 2 desalination plants and 5 treatment plants for the sewage treatment, and also around a network of 5,000 kilometers. So as I was mentioning, we are straddled with various problems with respect to water supply. Majorly, we don't have any perennial water source. Our source, as we all know, Chennai is dependent majorly on northeast monsoon, and the southwest monsoon contributes only 40% of the water supply. So, and also the northeast monsoon is characterized by very few rainy days during which heavy rainfall occurs, wherein we have to store that water. So we are facing the problem of no perennial water resource, primarily dependent on unreliable monsoons and also plummeting ground level. So and apart from that, this is the most fastest growing city, completely the Detroit of Asia. So as a result, the requirement is continuously increasing. So if you see from this slide, it is evident that the water supply to Chennai city, the project started way back in 1915 by the erstwhile British government. They, the lines they laid, the treatment plant which they established called the Keelpok Water Treatment Plant is still in use. So we have a distribution network which was existent since almost pre-independence days. Later date in it was earlier part of the Chennai Corporation. Later date it was established as an independent body in 1978. And then various efforts have been taken to ensure a dedicated water source to the city of Chennai. We are bringing from Krishna water from Viranam by laying a pipeline of 228 kilometers. And later date in 2010, the first desal plant was established in Chennai. Then later on, other desalination plants are being taken up for ensuring a sustained water resource to Chennai city. So our status of water use is like 4% we are using the treated water, which is supplied to industries as well as for urban forestry. 11% of our source is from desalination plants and 83% is from the surface reservoirs. See, coming to the wastewater treatment, which is the agenda of this presentation, as we all know, the sewage treated in urban areas is regarded as a resource. Till this treatment was taken up in a big way, most of the treated water post-secondary treatment was let into the canals and rivers. So we have a comprehensive, again, sewerage network started way back in 1961. We have 5 treatment plants, which is treating the capacity of around 1040 MLD treating capacity. And every day we are treating around 700 MLD of sewage. So these are the various treatment plants which has been established in Chennai city. See, we started embarking on establishing reverse osmosis, TTRO, tertiary treatment reverse osmosis plants, and tertiary treatment urban ultrafiltration plants. So this is the first initiative which was taken up with respect to reuse of treated water. So what was the objective? The objective was to reduce the supply of treated water to industries, so that we can conserve that water and ensure equitable water supply to the citizens, as well as there is an increasing demand from the industries. In and around Chennai, there is massive industrialization happening, a lot of demand for water supply. So to save the treated water, the drinking water being supplied to the industries, we embarked on supplying or treating sewage and providing that treated water to the industries. So these are the two major TTRO plants established in Chennai city. Both are of 45 mld capacity, one in Kodangallur and one in Coimbatore, wherein the existing sewage treatment plants were supplemented with the TTRO, that is tertiary treatment reverse osmosis plants, with the 45 mld capacity to supply TTRO water to the industries. So these are both are of 45 mld capacity with an expandable capacity of 60 mld. Presently, 45 mld of RO water, reused water, is supplied to in Kodangallur. It's a hub of the petrochemicals. So Chennai Petrochemicals, Madras refineries, we are supplying treated water. From Coimbatore, this is another location, we have laid 60-kilometer pipeline to the SIPCOTs, that is the industrial estates of Sri Perumbudur, in and around Sri Perumbudur area. And we are supplying RO water to major industries of in and around Chennai city. So as we mentioned, this is the Detroit of Asia. The Hyundai was the largest plant which was established. So we started supplying treated water to the industries and all the other major industries like Saint-Gobain and many major industries. We are supplying almost 565 industries. We are supplying treated water. See, if you see the economics of this TTRO plants, the capital cost of construction for the TTRO plant is around 400 crores. One project was constructed with World Bank funding and Amrut, and another with Amrut and the government of Tamilnadu support. Both plants started way back in 2019. Each has a O&M cap. We are supplying at a cost of 65 rupees to these plants per KL. And SIPCOT is supplying to a cost of 80 rupees. The total revenue generated, see how sewage water is serving as a resource or as a source of revenue to the board, is evident from the total revenue generated till date. From one plant, we are generating 246 crores till date, and the another plant, 114 crores by virtue of treating sewage water. See, there's another initiative post 2017, Chennai suffered a serious drought, during which our respected Tirupugal sir is also there here. So a committee was formed to explore decentralized treatment plants and also to rejuvenate the lakes, recharge the lakes by treating the sewage water, and to ensure a circular economy. So we supply water, it reaches the households, sewage is taken out, treated, then treated sewage water is let into the lakes. From the lake, again, the water is drawn and treated water is supplied to for drinking water purpose. So this is the circular economy of water which we embarked by establishing tertiary treatment ultrafiltration plants. This slide gives the complete picture of the circular economy, wherein wastewater from the domestic source reaches the secondary treatment plant. From the treatment plant, it reaches the tertiary treatment plant. The ultrafiltration, that is supplied to the lakes, that is let into the lakes. From the lake, we draw the water, treat it, and then again supply for drinking water purpose. This plan, this complete the proposal was vetted by IIT, and we started this plant. This project, if you see, it's one in a model plant in Nesapakam, wherein tertiary treatment ultrafiltration plant was established. Post ultrafiltration, it is the treated water is let into the Porur Lake. From the Porur Lake, we are through the pontoon arrangements, without setting up any civil structure, through the pontoon arrangements, we are drawing water, and the treatment plant is just abutting that lake, and from that we are supplying to the water distribution network, and water is supplied for drinking water purposes. Similarly, after that successful model, almost several projects on the same lines have been taken up, wherein we are supplying treated water, letting the treated water to one Porur lake. Similarly, another plant is being set up where near Perungudi, it is let into the Perungudi lake, and the water is again taken for drinking water purpose. See, this is the, this captures the details how this circular economy of water is taken up. After treatment, when the water is let into the lake, from the lake, which had a capacity, actually that lake had a capacity of 70 CFT, which was a water source. So now we are recharging the lake by treating the sewage water, and that serves as both source of drinking water and ensuring sustainable water supply to city, as well as augmenting the groundwater since water is always available in the lake, it is augmenting the groundwater recharge. We have also set up a fish pond to state that the treated water is very healthy enough for breeding fishes. Further, we are also have a plan to set up much more such TTUF and TTRO plants, which will help us in ensuring equitable water supply and also ensuring that most of the sewage treated is reused. This is our proposal for the water secure Chennai, whereas we are setting up a lot of desalination plants, TTRO and TTUF plants, and at the same time concentrating on demand management, using lakes and quarries as a source of river and for a source of water for ensuring water source security for Chennai city. Thank you. Just a 2-minute video is there, which will completely capture this journey. Thank you all.
The enduring legacy of water management in Chennai city dates back to the year 1869, when the Madras Water Works and Sewage Board was established to manage the water supply and sewage systems of the erstwhile Madras city. The board, ever since its inception, had laid the foundation for methodically designed water supply and sewerage management systems in the city, which have experienced extensive advancements and enhancements, persistently evolving alongside the city's expansion. Subsequently, the Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board, CMWSSB, was established in the year 1978, which ever since its formation has competently performed with brilliance, expanding and improving the city's water supply and sanitation infrastructure, accomplishing mighty deeds and crossing impossible hurdles over the course of 150 years. CMWSSB, in addition to dealing with the Chennai city's water distribution skillfully, also manages the city's sewerage efficiently by consistently upgrading the sewer systems and commissioning state-of-the-art sewage treatment plants at premeditated locations. The sewage treatment plants commissioned by us at Coimbatore, Nesapakam, Perungudi, Kodungayur and Sholinganallur, with a total capacity of 1082.80 MLD, taken most of Chennai's sewage, treat it under various processes in primary and secondary levels, and produce treated water that is supplied to industries. The supply of secondary treated sewage to industries was initiated by us as early as 1989. Chennai pioneered in adopting the process of recycling and reuse of water with our competent team, employing the most advanced and efficient tertiary treatment technology. We had commissioned the nation's first large-scale tertiary treatment reverse osmosis plant in Kodungayur, which has been supplying water to the industries at Manali and Minjur followed by another TTRO plant in Coimbatore, which caters to the water needs of industrial hubs located at Irangatukottai, Sri Perumbudur and Varagadam through Chennai city's longest pipeline network, which extends to a length of 56 kilometers. With the treated water being supplied to these industries, the fresh water, which was earlier supplied to the industrial hubs, is now diverted to the city, thereby maintaining a balanced water supply to Chennai. We have also commissioned the most modern tertiary treatment ultrafiltration plants, TTUFs, and modular STPs at strategic locations of the city. The Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board has been steadfast in its efforts, competently working towards the exemplary goal of transforming Chennai as a self-sustained city in water resource supply management and a top performer in the process of recycle and reuse of water in the nation.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Vinay. I'll just rearrange the presentations. I'll come in at the last. So I'll ask Mr. Dr. P. Someshwar Rao, Director Technical from Karnataka, to make his presentation on water use efficiency on Narayanpur project in Karnataka. Dr. Somashekar Rao.
Good morning, everybody. We had nice presentations on the urban water supply, and as you all know, the demands on the urban water supply are increasing, and those additional water will come only from the savings from the agriculture sector, which is the largest user. So I will share some of the initiatives which Karnataka we have taken with ERM support from Government of India. Presentation, please. So along with water use efficiency, we are also focusing on water productivity. I will share it for the next. So India is the largest, having the largest irrigated area. According to the latest Niti Aayog figures, it's about 73 million hectares. And the water that is supplied through canals and the reservoirs, only about 37% is being used by the crops. Almost 50% is lost in the conveyance, in the canals and all. And another 20% in wrong timing when the crop is not needed and those kind of things because of some of the infrastructure deficiencies. So this is the location of the Narayanpur project in northern Karnataka. We have 5 large branch canals along this. Thank you. So when we were looking at the ERM thing to improve the canal conveyance efficiencies, we also had the thing to look at the water productivity itself as to how much water is actually being used by the crops kind of thing. So we had partnership with IHE Netherlands, and we have done some evapotranspiration calculations and crop cover for about 3 years, 2017, 2018, and 2019. So if you look at the whole water cycle in the irrigation command areas, irrigation efficiency is one thing, but that is only a small part of it, whatever we withdraw and supply from the rivers. But also the water productivity is the key for food production, and ultimately the irrigation is for food production. Although now many reservoirs are doing multi-use of supplies. So under the ERM project, there was the goal set by the National Water Mission for enhancing 20% water use efficiency. So we had the opportunity to get support from NLBC from the ERM program under AIBP. So it's about a large area of 450,000 hectares with about 3,500 kilometers. So when we did the crop map and the biomass estimation using the remote sensing, these are how the figures are for different crops. So in the head reaches of the canal, it is the paddy, and the other parts is all cotton and grounded pulses kind of a thing, red gram mainly. So if we look at the crops, this is for the 3 years, 2017, 19, and 19, what we assess. So in the main canal from 0 to 70 kilometers is large of paddy, but whereas others is all cotton and kind of a thing. So these are the evapotranspiration assessment done using the remote sensing images. So some of the areas have got almost like 500 to 550 millimeter evapotranspiration. So these are the figures for the 3 years, actual evapotranspiration. So when the biomass is estimated to see actually how much water is used, that's where the conclusion, also various other studies have said that 37% of the water supplied is only used by the crops. This is how we have the figures, and some of the portions we identified, some of the branch canals and some of the distributaries which really are having good water productivity and also less water productivity areas. So the average yields, normally the agriculture department measures the average yields per hectare, the production per hectare, but I think it's high time now we have to do per TMC of water supplied, because we cannot manufacture water, as Minister also yesterday was mentioning. So these are the figures where the potential is there to improve. So if you look at the paddy and cotton and red gram, almost we are at only 40% or 50% of the water productivity. So there is a huge challenge to have the coordination with agriculture department and other departments, even on the farm. So we have some initiative on that. So when we started with the ERM, because infrastructure is large for this 4.5 lakh hectares command area, when we started the ERM project, almost like 60% of the area was only being supplied. A lot of tail end issues were there. And about 1,80,000 hectares is not supplied using both because of waterlogging as well as because of the tail end issues. Even if you look at the productivity issues, it's very low compared to the world average or the best case scenario of Murray-Darling Basin. So when we have done the water deficit, relative water deficit assessment using the remote sensing things, we identified some of the areas where the water is actually deficit in supply compared to the need of the crop. So as far as the infrastructure upgradation is concerned, several gates are replaced, about 4,000 plus gates. Automation is taken up. Then cross-regulators is one thing which was strengthened. That was one important part of the canal water management, which is missing now in many states and in India. So we have regenerated the cross-regulators and also constructed some new cross-regulators. And that's where actually you can have the good control of water in the flow to reduce the conveyance losses. And we have solar-powered gates now where you can remotely automate, remotely operate. Then we have set up flow meters, about 33 on the canals, to check the water balance at different sections and different branch canals. And we have the flow laboratory field for on the field, which is a mobile one and which keeps calibrating and checking and also supporting the engineers in the field. And this is how one of the examples of the output. The system is now operational for the last 2 years, about 2 seasons. So the yellow line is this is like one distributory outlet in Indi branch canal. The yellow line is the supply at the upstream of the canal where it is varying, whereas the blue line down is the supply which is constantly being maintained. So this is how the autonomous control of the operation of the whole canal system is being beneficial. So we have a farmers dashboard for the farmers to have interface on the mobile as well as on the kiosks in different with different water user associations and in different panchayats. We have set up a central monitoring unit to train the engineers, and the engineers are also monitoring remotely. The demand is collected from the by the AWEs and executive engineers from the farmers, and hopefully in future it will be farmer mobile interface directly. So one of the immediate benefits we saw is in the Shapur branch canal, where the water has reached the tail end. Several areas have reached in the, which never had almost like for 3 decades, there was no water supply in the tail end reaches of this canal. And this is how you can generate the reports out of the system for each branch canal. So almost like out of 161 distributaries in the tail end, about 124 are now fully being serviced. And many of them have got water after 1.5 decade or 2 decades kind of thing. So farmers are very happy there. So this is how using both the combination of remote sensing technology as well as strengthening the infrastructure and building the autonomous operation of the canals, we are able to manage water properly and deliver the water to the tail end areas. Our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, when he was earlier the Water Minister, this project was launched. And Honorable Prime Minister has inaugurated this project and dedicated to the nation in January. Honorable Water Resource Minister visited the project. Our Deputy Chief Minister visiting the project. And apart from this, we also identified on-farm water management. Although you improve the conveyance and you use the technology, there is also something where on-farm water management, there is about 20% of the losses. So we are trying to do something on the land and water management with several departments like CADA, then Agriculture Department, water user cooperative societies, setting up simple measurement instruments and providing interface with the farmers' mobiles to get the data and the rotation plans. And we have a system using the FAO aquacrop model and a startup system with IIT Kanpur. So we have set up the system where automatically the irrigation schedules are calculated and sent to both the engineers as well as for the water user cooperative societies. And we are using it in the local language, giving the importance of those things. So several benefits are there. So water deficit areas are now reduced. Cropping intensity has increased. The crop water productivity, still there is a lot gap. So we have to work with the Agriculture Department to improve that. So it has been proved that using remote sensing technology and advances in the remote sensing, we can monitor and improve the water management in the canal systems. Thank you. And I acknowledge the support of Polat Karimi, who is also here in supporting us in the remote sensing outlet.
Thank you.
Can you play the film, please?
The state of Karnataka is one of the fastest growing economies in India and is heavily dependent on agriculture. Agriculture consumes an estimated 85% of the state's available freshwater resources. With projected increases in population growth, coupled with increased water requirements for the agriculture, urban and industrial sectors, the largest and most economically significant river basins in the state, the Krishna and Kaveri, face a water supply demand deficit. Due to these factors, an urgent need has been identified for coordinated action across Karnataka to better manage their freshwater resources. In this context, Karnataka's KBJNL Water District decided to embark on a bold journey to modernize and rehabilitate their manually operated NLBC network. The scope of works for the project covers the modernization of 3,000 kilometers of canals across 450,000 hectares of the Narayanpur Left Bank Canal network. To modernize this area, more than 4,250 automated gates installed. These all-in-one gates provide the ability to accurately control and measure the flow of water from Narayanpur Reservoir to farms located along the network. Comprising of 15 radio towers that transfer real-time data to the primary control center. Additionally, 60 microclimate weather stations and soil moisture probes will be strategically installed throughout the network to provide farmers with insightful data to assist them in making informed decisions on when to irrigate their crops and how much water to apply. One of the most significant benefits that has already been achieved is the improved service to farmers when automatic flow control mode is activated in the gates. In this mode, the gate automatically adjusts its opening to maintain a constant flow rate irrespective of the water level fluctuations in the canal. Following the uptake of modern practices from dam to crop, the project aims to bridge the gap of current serviceability limitations by recovering approximately 180,000 hectares of unserviced and waterlogged areas. The ability for farmers to efficiently apply water to crops promotes improved land productivity through an increase in yields and the opportunity to diversify into higher value crops. These on-farm benefits will support farmers in achieving the goal of doubling their income. The continued transformation of Karnataka's gravity-fed open canal supply networks will enable irrigation districts to better manage their precious water resources, enhance agricultural production, and promote the future prosperity of the region.
Thank you again.
All these elements are now included in the new water policy in the state, and recently the Administrative Reforms Committee has recommended us to do again the remote sensing assessment to see the effect of the whole ERM project, and we will be doing it soon. Thank you.
Sir,
team from-
I would like to make one announcement, sir. Sorry. So it's a kind request to all the speakers that if you have the presentations, so kindly avoid the film. We can go for the presentations then. So because we have to go as per the interest of the time and we want to cover all the sessions. Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt in between, sir.
A very good morning to all. I'm Nitish Jain. I'm working as Chief Engineer with the Haryana Irrigation Department. My presentation is on reuse of treated wastewater and micro irrigation in the state, of course, Haryana. Next. The slide shows the water distribution across the 22 districts of Haryana. Next. First of all, we will have to look at the scenario why the need has arisen that we have to go for reuse of treated wastewater and micro irrigation system. There are three pictures of the last 2 decades: the year 2000, year 2010, year 2020. We can clearly see that from north to west, there was not even a single district where depletion of groundwater was there, and all was in good condition. The coloring has been done in 7 different colors, and the red one shows that water table depletion is more than 30 meter, and pink is 20 to 30 meter, then so on. So we can clearly see that in 2000, the scenario was that across north to west, there was not even a single district which was where there was groundwater depletion. Similarly, across north, if we move towards Delhi, towards south, there was not even a single district also where there was groundwater depletion. In 2000, only you can see there is some red patch, which is district Rewari, which was groundwater depleted. Similarly, Similarly, in the year 2010, the over-exploitation started, and north to west, the districts have over-exploited the groundwater. Similarly, in the southwest also. Now, in 2020, the situation has further worsened, and the districts from north to west have almost all the districts are groundwater depleted. More than 30 meter fall is there, and southwest, where only Rewari was there, Mahendragarh and other districts also, there is considerable groundwater depletion. One reason was this, that we have gone to use treated wastewater because the stress on groundwater was there, and moreover, only 2 systems of water supplies are there in Haryana. One is Bhagra system and the other one is Yamuna system. And over the period of years, both of the freshwater systems have also stressed. So need of the hour is that we should as early as shift to reuse of treated wastewater and micro irrigation system. Now in Haryana, not even this, that we are using only treated wastewater. The state is very keen that from anywhere, if the water goes waste, we should use each and every drop of the water, whether it is overflowing ponds, the water which is overflowing, that should be used through micro irrigation for irrigation purposes, whether the water going waste through channels, natural rivers, there we should construct check dams. Rather, we have done it. And now I come to the this treated waste water scenario. Next. Yes. As on today, about 196 STPs are there in Haryana, constructed by different departments, public health, Haryana Shahri Vikas Pradhikaran, urban local bodies, Gurgaon Metropolitan Development Authorities, etc. The total treatment capacity as on today is 1839.81 MCM, and the wastewater being treated is about 61% as on day. And these authorities are only using 170.30, of course, 15% of this treated wastewater. Now the challenge is that total water availability is, next slide please. Now the total water availability for, in case of Haryana, is 20,936 million cubic meter, which includes surface water as well as groundwater and treated wastewater. Total water demand as on day is 34,963 MCM, including all sectors, whether it is industry or horticulture, irrigation, all. State water gap is about 14,027 million cubic meter. The purpose of this treated wastewater is to bridge the gap between the demand and supply. So fresh water supply is restricted, groundwater is already depleting. So in fact, we don't have any choice but to utilize these unused sources of water. Now, with the support of central government as well as willingness of state government, our Honorable CM has approved a scheme to use treated wastewater from 170 STPs, having a cumulative capacity of 1925 MLD. The target cultural command area with this capacity is 2.5 lakh acre. The whole project has been divided into 3 parts: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. In phase 1, 35 STPs was taken. Out of these 35 STPs, 27 were found feasible, and on 21 work is already going on. In the second phase, we will take 57 STPs, and the capacity of these STPs is about 528 MLD, and the CCA covered will be 67,500. The expected date of starting these works will be 1st July 2024, and the completion will be by 30th June 2026. Similarly, in the third phase, we will take the balance 78 STPs with cumulative capacity 1,118 MLD, and the CCA will be covered 1,43,000 acre with estimated cost of 2,000 crore. And the whole project is likely to be completed by March 2027. Now, further, there is a wise saying that Saral hai to safal hai. We have tried to keep the design as simple as possible. As we can say from the layout, basically, from the figure you can see there is a tank. The water is collected from whether it is sewage treatment plant. The clean water, treated water is collected in this tank, and from this tank it is pumped into the nearby fields. Hydrants are provided, and from hydrants, distribution lines are given into the farms of the farmers. The main challenge in case of TWW, I want to say treated wastewater, was public perception about the quality of these treated wastewater. Initially, the persons were hesitant to take this treated wastewater for use in their fields, but on again and again pursuing them, they agreed. Initially, they were even hesitant to deploy this micro irrigation part in their fields, but with the time, over a period of 7-8 years, the scenario has changed, and I can share with you कि बिकाडा के हमारे colleague हैं, they have told me कि जैसे ही वो पोर्टल खोलते हैं, MI की इतनी एप्लीकेशंस आ जाती है, पोर्टल क्रैश हो जाता है. What they have started, that they have opened the portal for a specific project only, so that application could be for that project only. Next is our concept. Our concept is diversion of water from surface water and subsurface sources through infiltration galleries, where the water is below the surface. We can divert it through infiltration galleries or for overflowing ponds by providing tanks or check dams. Moreover, the storage tanks are constructed on the available land provided by the people, and where the government land is there, we use government land also. One more thing, what we have learned over the years, we have constructed 14 projects initially for micro irrigation. There was an energized dedicated line for electricity as well as solar panels. But we learned that it will be better because we are also energy stress state. It will be better to implement a project independently with solar only. So in further 143 micro irrigation schemes, we are doing only with solar, independent of electricity lines. Till date, we have already implemented 143 micro irrigation schemes independent of this TWW, treated wastewater schemes, which are different. And besides implementing these schemes, we are providing solutions also. We have managed some outlet management system software through which we are providing solutions to the farmers. Next. This is a schematic photograph. You can see the pond is shown, the panels are there, pumping station is there. This is micro irrigation scheme. Next. This is again the pictures of micro irrigation developed by us. Next. And this is IoT based smart irrigation. We have just deployed outlet management system on about 40 acres. We deploy one outlet management system, and 10 hydrants are covered under the one OMS, and 4 acre per hydrant we have taken. As per the requirement, the water is given to the plants, and basically farmers were already using this treated wastewater also and other water also, but based upon the evapotranspiration based water accounting, we have recently called some expression of interest also, and we are providing them. We're trying to provide them the solutions also. For example, satellite-based rapid test for soil nutrients, so that optimal nutrient requirement may be met. Similarly, soil moisture estimation is there. Next, please. And similarly, crop health analysis also, which is possible through satellite, satellite system. And weather forecast for 15 days. We are giving weather forecast also for 15 days. And further, image-based diagnosis for pest and disease also.
Please conclude.
This is all from my side. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I have the presentation from Madhya Pradesh, please? Going forward and ready. Thank you. So this is Madhya Pradesh, and I'll just add that we have an area of around 3 lakh hectares, and which is around 9% of the total area of the country. So the water use efficiency journey of Madhya Pradesh started with the reduction of gap between irrigation potential created and irrigation potential utilized. We started rehabilitating old irrigation assets. World Bank was our partner then. This was 2009-10. The maintenance budgets of the states were absolutely zero. We convinced the finance department to start supporting that, and we proved it. When we started closing that gap, the finance also turned around. Now, in the we not only did that for initial years, but we sustained it. And now we are in a situation where we are doing no canal irrigation networks. We are only doing pressurized irrigation networks in the state. So I talked of the reduction of gap. This is the journey, and you can see that it has been sustained. This again is a different depiction of the same thing, and 85% is the irrigation potential utilization, which has been sustained in the state for the last 10-12 years. So in the current phase of improving water use efficiency, we are in line with the National Water Mission. Initial projects were remodeling, that is something like lining the canals, lining the lower order systems also, then moving to hybrid system where we had the main canals, but the distribution network was pressurized irrigation networks. But now we have canals as an exception, and pressurized irrigation networks are a rule. We have under implementation a number of projects totaling up to 24 lakh hectares of irrigation, which is almost 50% of our current irrigation potential created. And we have multiple minor projects also coming up with pressurized irrigation network. The advantage of centralized pumping is energy efficient. It is micro irrigation ready. The farmers can just plug in their field, the drip or the sprinkler systems, and start using the water. And in future, we also the systems will be fertigation ready, that you can put your fertilizer in the fields through these channels. The Madhya Pradesh is an agriculture dominant economy, so there's a lot of demand for these water impounding structures, dams, stop dams, barrages, and we fortunately have a number of rivers because we are at the heart of the country, and a lot of rivers emanate from the state and move into the neighboring states. We realized that canal irrigation required land acquisition, which would be around 6% of the CCA, which is now gone down to 0.1% or even less in larger projects. This has saved us cost time overruns, and it saves land from being put to non-agricultural use as well. This is a typical pressurized irrigation network. So we have done this performance evaluation for Mohanpura right bank canal system. And if you can see that the green color is the irrigated agriculture land. You see the increase in that, and the red is the vegetation, which is other than the irrigated agriculture, and it is from the same satellite which the Google Earth uses. So, and the irrigation that has gone up in the Mohanpura canal system is depicted in the bar graph. I'll draw your attention to the last column. If you see that we have now per unit volume of water, irrigation area per unit of volume delivered has now stabilized at around 530. And I'll show you a comparison with canal irrigation systems. So these Mahi and Painch projects are not very old projects, new projects. They are very good canal irrigation networks, one of the highest performing in the state. But you see the last column, they are at 228, 217 hectares per MCM. And if you see Mohanpura right bank canal, it is at 530, which is more than double. That's how a canal system looks like, the top corner, and this is how our pressurized irrigation networks come out. This is a picture from the Mohanpura irrigation system. So again, what we are trying to say in this slide is that by converting or by making pressurized irrigation network based systems, we are actually saving a lot of water. And if we take these 5 projects, Mohanpura, Banswara, Kundalia, Painch and Panchamnagar, here the savings is around 1200 MCM of water in just these 5 projects, which is the amount of water we store in Mohanpura and Kundalia put together. So by doing pressurized irrigation networks, we are saving a lot of water, and we actually avoiding a lot of land acquisition. We are avoiding a lot of rehabilitation requirements, and there's a lot of financial saving as well. Added to that is the productivity gains that we have in the agricultural products. So I have already talked about the gains that we've had. This gives us also the elasticity to increase water allocation to drinking water, industrial needs, and environmental flow demands. We are working closely with our Public Health Engineering Department, which does the Jal Jeevan Mission scheme, and Madhya Pradesh has mapped out all the surface water requirements across the states for rural drinking water supply schemes and urban drinking water supply schemes, and the efficiency gains in the irrigation networks is being diverted to take care of the drinking water needs of these areas, and in future we plan to also divert some water for industrial purposes. I've already spoken about the huge water use efficiency gains. This is high scope for replication. This can be done anywhere in the country. These systems are very, very efficient. And we've actually, along with these projects, we have had some institutional reforms in terms of how we do projects. We have dedicated units now, and we've moved from the old systems of having a chief engineer and other things. We have now PMUs, project monitoring units, who do these projects. My suggestion for Government of India, or a policy recommendation, would be, I've already spoken to ma'am. We spoke about the cadmium reforms or restructuring. I'm happy to note that Government of India is already doing that. Cadmium team from Government of India has visited our projects, and they have factored these micro irrigation initiatives of Madhya Pradesh into their the new proposal that they're designing. My request would be also to redesign RRR to facilitate hybrid and complete pressurized irrigation networks. I had said that I'll talk about how this can be actually a game changer in terms of interstate water disputes, which we know are very problematic in this country. The efficiencies or water use efficiencies in the irrigation networks can actually be the basis on redefining the water sharing issues that still linger on between some states. And I'm sure that if both the states adopt pressurized irrigation networks in their developed canal systems or move to a hybrid system, I'm sure the requirements of water would actually substantially go down for irrigation, and they'll have enough water for drinking water and for industrial use, and that should that would be in the national interest. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Poulet Karimi, Senior Agriculture Irrigation Specialist from World Bank, for his presentation.
Globally, irrigation is needed because in 2/3 of croplands in the world, we do not have enough rainfall. If we do not irrigate, we would not grow crops, we would not have sufficient food. Irrigation is covering around 20% of the croplands, yet it's producing 40% of the global food. And then we know, it is documented in the scientific work, in our experiences, that irrigation increases yield. But at the same time, irrigation is creating problems globally. We have depletion of groundwater. We just heard from the state of Haryana. We have drying rivers. We have lakes that are disappearing. We have polluted rivers. Yeah. Hence, we need more irrigation because we do have a lot of more people to feed. Yet, we need better irrigation because irrigation so far has been very, very, very useful, but we have also seen the troubles. Question becomes, how and where do we do this? How do we improve our irrigation? And if we want to have more irrigation, where would we do that? Underpinning this is about understanding how do we advance towards a better climate resilient irrigation. In the World Bank, we look into irrigation infrastructure, we look into irrigation governance, we look into ways of new irrigation, like farmer-led irrigation. We also understand that everything that we do requires evidence base. We need to make those decisions based on evidence. It cannot be intuition-driven. It has to be data-driven. And that's why we see an overarching theme here on water accounting. I've had the pleasure of working with many of you through an NHP program, where we trained on water accounting. And I see now how some of this work has been taken up. To me now, India is leading some of these initiatives, and that's very, very impressive to see. The most important factor in decision-making, data-driven decision-making, is the data itself. We need to invest in our monitoring networks, as we have seen. We just saw a good presentation from Karnataka on SCADA and then other states. We need to use remote sensing, we need to use advanced machine learning, artificial intelligence, and we need to combine those together, these ground data and our remote sensing, to have better aspect. But also we have to institutionalize, we have to create capacities, we have to make sure this is taken forward and is further developed. What we have done globally is to try to use this thinking, try to use these advances in our work. The work that I'm showing you from here is from Georgia. In Georgia, we had the government of Georgia asking the World Bank, we need to invest in our irrigation, where do we do it? And Georgia is not very data rich. So we did a very advanced case study using remote sensing, where we set up this platform, combined it with the data that they had on the cadastre, on the crop patterns to validate, to train our models, to produce a tool that not only works at the national level, but you can actually zoom in to each scheme and try to understand what is the level of water use efficiency, water productivity, irrigation efficiency, different crops are being grown, extent of the crops, and many other factors that can be now monitored. You see in the black are the areas that are receiving irrigation. So in this scheme, despite the command area covering a large area of 7,000 hectares, this is large in Georgia, maybe not here, but you see a lot of areas are not receiving irrigation. These are farmers that are left behind. These are beneficiaries that are not benefiting, and they should be paying, right? If you think about cost recovery, we want to have that free collection. We cannot ask a farmer that doesn't receive service of irrigation to pay for irrigation. So this kind of tool and application would not only help us to do the monitoring, but it also helps us to understand who is actually benefiting and who's not. And if it's not, how do we do our job better to make sure that the farmers are receiving the irrigation that they require? We took this forward, and in Georgia, we had the government showing us 20 schemes that they selected, and we used a matrix of ranking, benchmarking the performance of each scheme on 10 categories across different equity, reliability, adequacy, and the service, in 10 coming to zero, a score from 1 to 10, 10 being internationally best practice and 1 being absolutely poor. And you see every scheme gets a ranking. And we know how this ranking comes to it, right? If we want to invest now, we say, okay, we have a matrix to go back to. We can understand what are the things that we need to think about in each scheme, and how do we make a decision for improvements. Further to that, in Kyrgyzstan, we're working with the government to integrate the data that we have in their work in their water information center. So the idea is that we use remote sensing, we use the data that they collect on the ground to give them the operational advice to the scheme managers, to the scheme operators. And then in Kenya, we are working at the field level because you want to look into national level, the scheme level, but it's also very important to understand the field level information. So here we are using and piloting the 10-meter evapotranspiration map, and to give you a prospect, half an acre land would be 20 pixels of 10 meter. So if you have half acre of the parcel, you would have 20 data points in that field, which is enough to cover the information that we need to understand at a field level to help the farmers to improve their productivity and water use efficiency. We have done this at a smaller scale, but we have also done the regional deep dive. All this Central Asia region of the 5 countries is done for a regional application, but at the same time, these are very granular data. So you can zoom in, you can go to the field level, you can understand what are the things that are stacking up towards a low performance or a high performance. Because beyond monitoring, we are also interested to see how do we improve. And if we do not get to those variables that make up that high performance or low performance, there's not likely that we can come up with the right solution. And right solution requires having an insight. At the same time, we are also thinking about maybe you don't have time. Maybe we need a rapid look into the state. So that's where we have set up a global water accounting tool where you could use your own layer, where you have the shapefile for or the states that are available. For this one, I'm demonstrating for Madhya Pradesh. You could see that the state would be uploaded to the tool. This is using the global data, and it does it in a very fast manner. We are under the leadership of the Ministry of Jal Shakti. We are now developing this for India, using the information that comes from the national centers in India. For this example, this is the global information. And by putting some very quick analysis, you get to a full report of the state, full report of the water counting. So basically, you would see all the information that comes from remote sensing. What is the level of precipitation? How is it evapotranspiration? How is it divided between different land uses? What is the level of water productivity, water scarcity, and so on and so forth. And then the trend analysis to understand how these factors are changing through time. So this application is something that is a good first phase for understanding what are the big and major issues, and then do the deep dives following to this. In Ukraine, we also did this. We did the benchmarking, but at the same time, we thought about the biggest threat to Ukraine as in climate change, because as a country, depended a lot on rain-fed agriculture. At the same time, we all know by now that Ukraine has a major role in feeding the global population. So in Ukraine now, we see out of the 25 million hectares of croplands that they have, only 2 million are requiring irrigation. The actual irrigated area is about 200,000 hectares. But come the 1.5 degree warming, that grows to 10 million hectares. And then comes 3 degrees warming, that would be 19 million hectares of the land in Ukraine that requires irrigation. That requires forward thinking. Irrigation infrastructure doesn't appear just now. We need to think ahead, 30 years, 40 years, to be prepared for this day. So we are working now with the government of Ukraine to understand, using our work, where now to develop, now that the priority has been identified. And then in India now, we have been working with the Ministry of Jal Shakti to produce national level water counting tool, to produce national irrigation benchmarking, performance benchmarking tool, and also scheme deep dive. These are work that are being led by ministry, but we have the partnership with CWC, NRSC, and NIH, and other institutions. As you see in this example, you have Purna irrigation scheme and also the Vani Vilasagar scheme in Karnataka. And those are the evapotranspiration map. And then if you look into the 10-day ET map, this is the variation of evapotranspiration every 10 days during the Kharif season in each of these schemes. And you see how variable it is. And 10-day corresponds well with our irrigation kind of cycle. Every 10 days we have one observation, we have information on how these different elements are changing in the crops and in the field and in the irrigation service. So these are the tools that we are developing now. We are trying to improve how water accounting and informatics can help support our water management. We are working through this collaborative approach to shift from data being just sitting in the libraries to be something that is used for decision-making, for operational decision-making. And then we are doing this under the leadership of the Ministry of Jal Shakti to produce and then use and learn from the India, and then from this experience, vast experience that here exists, to also take it to other clients in other countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pulin. For questions or geek from Punjab to make his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Since water use efficiency is a very broad topic, so from Punjab, I have confined it to the biggest challenge we are facing as of now in Punjab. Punjab has been a land of plenty, Punjab, land of 5 rivers, but it's very unfortunate that today we are seeing a situation where almost 80% of Punjab is facing desertification, and this is broadly due to the unmindful or increased cultivation of paddy over time. So paddy or rice is a crop which is not native to Punjab. It is a water guzzling crop. Almost 1 kg of rice requires almost 5,000 liters of water for production. So whenever Punjab exports or gives rice, it is basically water which is being given. And this is just a chart where you can see how the paddy area has increased over time. So presently, almost 3 million hectares in Punjab is under paddy cultivation. The key drivers for such large acreage is a lot of high yield variety seeds, MSP based guaranteed procurement by central government, cheap electricity and better irrigation facilities in Punjab, and fertilizer subsidies. So, of course, we all know that something which is not native is bound to have some environmental impacts, and paddy has huge environmental impacts from extreme water shortage, as I've already pointed out. Like 80% of blocks are now overexploited, and it is estimated that in next 20 years, almost 80% Punjab will turn to desert if the present trend continues. Apart from this, excessive CO2 and GHG emissions. And one more factor which everybody is aware of because it's national news is like the paddy straw, which remains after paddy harvesting. So because there is very short time between paddy harvesting and wheat sowing, so it has to be burnt by farmers. Otherwise, they are not able to sow in time. So that is also leading to a lot of AQI problems in and around Punjab. And over the time, agricultural modernization has also not happened too much. Only 1.2% land is under micro irrigation, and the budgetary burden on government for this paddy cultivation is around 13,000 crores, which includes subsidized power and fertilizers. So, if we see from the perspective of farmers, why nobody wants to switch from paddy cultivation, it is basically very simple economics. Anybody of us, if we put ourselves in the shoes of a farmer, we can see why they don't want to shift from paddy cultivation. This is a chart which gives a brief outline of yield of various crops and the MSP which is given on those crops. So as you can see, the yield of rice is almost around 3,000 kg, 30 quintals per acre, and the MSP is 19.4. So the average profit at MSP is around 37,000 per acre. So the alternative crops which we promote as compared to paddy are maize, bajra, moong, tur, groundnut, cotton. So for example, the closest rival which Punjab is forcing for paddy is maize. So the yield only is 23 quintals. So even at an MSP of almost 18.7, which matches rice, the profit margin at MSP comes out only 26,000. So this yield difference in crop is one of the major reasons, and of course, guaranteed procurement is second factor, which we will cover in next slide. So several committees have studied these problems and given various recommendations, which we'll just look into. The second factor, which is deterring move from paddy cultivation, is the risk volatility. So paddy has a advantage that it is not vulnerable to pest attacks compared to other crops like cotton. It does not have a short life. It's not a perishable product like fruits and vegetables. And the gestation period is also not that much if we compare to agroforestry. And apart from that, the guaranteed procurement by the central government. So that removes any market risk associated with the produce. So if I am a farmer and I have to decide like if I have 5 acres and which crop should I cultivate, so I am getting the highest return on paddy. There is hardly any risk. The crop is well researched. There are n number of support services which will guide me through the process. So it doesn't make any sense for the farmer to switch from paddy to other crop. Though everybody realizes the environmental impact and the damage it is causing, but the economics, until this economic situation is corrected, it will be very difficult to move from paddy. So for cotton, I'll just brief out the points due to paucity of time, that the demand is high, but it is very vulnerable to pest attacks. As I told, fruit and vegetables, they offer excellent returns, but the problem is with the marketing of these and the perishable nature of these goods. Agroforestry also has high returns, almost double the paddy, but the gestation period is very long. And wheat and paddy are now, of course, they are starting to face climate stresses. So this is the view of the farmers. They know that they are poisoning the environment. The groundwater is going deeper and deeper. They have to dig their tube wells more and more deep. But until and unless they are provided support, so it has become more of an habit cum addiction, which is economically fruitful. So it is very difficult to bring them out of this paddy cycle. Some of the initiatives that the government has started is Kisan Milnis to promote awareness, recruitment of Kisan Mitras to help them diversify their crops, 1,000+ crore budget allocation for paddy diversification, many committees and a new agricultural policy is also being framed out. But as I pointed out, some strong political decisions also need to be taken, which are very, of course, difficult, like free power subsidy, almost 9,000 crores is given. So there is no incentive to farmers to switch from groundwater to other crops and see and explore crops which do not require such water. As I earlier pointed out, the yield of other crops is also low, so they are not competitive as compared to paddy. Ease of growing paddy because they have been growing it from Green Revolution, and so much research has already been done. So many extension services are being offered. The whole ecosystem has been established, including RTRs, rice millers, including central government procurement agencies, FCI, and everything. So these are the major reasons why farmers are not diversifying, and this is like one of the key challenge which Punjab is facing if we look at the overall water scenario in Punjab. This is some of the crops which I earlier told, which have the potential. So maize is a good crop, and these are the possible strategies which we can adopt to promote them. So maize, the byproduct can be used in distilleries. For cotton, proper marketing and pest management control techniques. For basmati, proper pesticide testing is needed because any pesticide residue, so it cannot be exported. Basmati cultivation has recently picked up in Punjab. For agroforestry, a contract pricing sort of mechanism in which farmers directly engage with corporates. So this is being explored by Punjab government and including carbon credits and certified nurseries. For fruits and vegetables, of course, value addition and support system, including marketing, is needed. So Punjab Agro and related organizations are working to explore new global and local markets. This is maize. Like I earlier told, maize can be used as a byproduct. So an enabling policy is needed in this regard so that maize can be used for making ethanol. As I earlier pointed out, basically the whole economic system has to be looked into whenever we talk about like why Punjab is not shifting from paddy cultivation to other crops. So one of the major reasons is, or one of the most cited argument is like MSP can be increased on other crops. But until the whole economic return is not matched, along with the enabling ecosystem, which has been given to paddy over so many years till Green Revolution, it shall become very difficult to convert farmers from paddy cultivation. And support of Government of India is really needed in this regard to make over that switch. Thank you. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy.
Thank you, Sayam. Ma'am, do we have time? Second row.
Sir, here I would like to mention, please strictly be on the question side rather than an observation and comment. So that would be very nice. Thank you.
Yeah, myself Prasad Narvekar. I'm Chief Engineer and Joint Secretary, WRD Maharashtra. My question to regarding Narayanpur project and also regarding Mohanpura. What is the approximate capital cost for the automation or SCADA system implemented in these projects per hectare cost? And what is the O&M cost per hectare? And how you dealt with vandalism? And ultimately, are these projects really sustainable?
Because these are.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to say, to actually calculate because these are fluctuating costs because as technology improves, things become cheaper actually. We in Madhya Pradesh go with a per hectare cost, including all SCADA works. So these are basically turnkey contracts or design, build, operate contracts or EPC contracts. So everything is bundled together, and this is quite the cost per hectare is quite similar to our traditional projects. So our traditional projects, like leaving apart the dam part, it comes to about 2 lakh per hectare only for the irrigation system. That includes all the automation and SCADA works. And these are sustainable. These projects, though it seems they require a lot of energy, but actually that energy is being used in a decentralized manner by the farmer themselves. So instead of this decentralized use of energy, it's always better to give a centralized pumping system, which is micro irrigation ready, so that the farmer doesn't need to do lifting of water at his end. Because the pumps the farmers use are very very less efficient. One of the studies done by Kerala that says that the best efficient pump used by farmers are 47% efficient, and the average efficiency is 28%. Thank you.
Sir, just I want to add about the Narayanpur project, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, here in our project, the cost was 1,400 crores, sir. It includes replacement of our grades as well as this technology also, IT technology also. But if you go for only technology part, it would be cost will be less. But in our case, it was both modernization as well as automation also. So the cost was a little bit higher.
Okay. Just to add on the maintenance part, the maintenance thing, we, as Shubhankar said, we already have, these are turnkey contracts with maintenance built into it. But in some projects, we are coming to an end of that phase of maintenance, and we are going to have we have floated a tender for maintenance of these projects, especially these SCADA and other systems. So that cost is still to be discovered in the market. But as he said, as the market is changing, especially with the Jal Jeevan Mission also using SCADA, the costs are coming down, and these projects are cost comparable per hectare with the canal irrigation networks. Thank you. Next question, please, sir. Mike, please.
Hello. Sir, I am Additional Chief Secretary, Water Resource Department, Government of Bihar. One question I wanted to ask the World Bank is, you said that you are going into this data-driven water accounting system along with the Jal Shakti Mantralaya in India. So what is the stage of that, and whether you are in a pilot stage and other states can also be a part of that, whatever pilot stage you are at? And one other question was to the Chennai person. You, I notice, are going into, you have all kinds of water supply, desalination, your wastewater treatment, your surface water treatment. Can you give an idea of the cost per liter of water as it's produced out of all the three systems? What is the comparative cost? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. We had the first meeting in December. We have already started working together. And then now, as you saw, we have already taken the first step. So it's not going to be a very long process. So we are aiming to have a first prototype out within a few months. And of course, state involvement would be absolutely welcome. And it's the intention, that's why we are here. So we would very much love and appreciate if we do this at the state, because the interests of the states are also there, right? You would, as states are interested to understand how they improve their systems, how they improve the water use efficiency, and definitely these are the things that can be applied and needs to be applied with the state's involvement.
Thank you. We can carry on with the question, answers, and networking with the tea being served on the sidelines of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So let's hear it for this eminent panelist over here. I would just like to tell you that in another 20 minutes exactly, we'll be back here. And since it is a tea break, let me share with you that tea is organized adjacent to the hall in the open lawn area for all of us. So I request all of you, please have your tea and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much. Ganga, Yamuna, Godavari, Saraswati.
Tamil Nadu, a Tamil Nadu.
Ramakrishna Yoga.
Once again, welcome back to All India Secretaries Conference on Water Vision at 2047, Way Ahead. And in this Way Ahead, we have reached to our next thematic session. And this thematic session is gonna be on water storage and management. So I would like to request all the delegates to please settle down. This is the time to initiate this session. Some of our delegates who are still outside, but I can see that you can hear my voice. So please come inside, be seated. Keep your mobile phones on silent mode. It's a time to start this thematic session now. So friends, as we are speaking about this session is about water storage and management. Here I would like to share with you all that efficient and effective water storage and management are the vital components for ensuring a sustainable, resilient and secure water future. That's what we all agree to. In this thematic session, what we are going to do actually is we are going to explore innovative strategies. We are going to share best practices and discuss solutions that can help us navigate the complexities of water storage and management. Educate storage and management of water resources is no longer just an option. Rather, it is an imperative that requires thoughtful planning. And for that planning, we all are here. Technological innovation and collaborative efforts are also the key ingredients into it, and all you water soldiers are into it. Our distinguished speakers and experts in this session will share their experience and visions for sustainable water storage and management. So let us invite our speakers and the experts who are going to share their experiences and thought with us. So with your round of applause, firstly, I would like to invite on the dais the chair of this session on water storage and management, ACS to Government of Tamil Nadu, Sri Sandeep Saxena. Please put your hands together and welcome him on the dais. Welcome, sir. Now I would like to invite the co-chair of this session, Sri Hitesh Kumar Makwana, Souvenir General of India. Please put your hands together for him. Souvenir General of India. Thanks, sir. And now I would like to invite Dr. Ketaki Bapat, former advisor, Government of India. Please welcome her on the stage. I also welcome on the dais Sri T.K. Sivarajan, Chief Engineer CWC, and Sri K.A. Patel, Secretary, Government of Gujarat. Please welcome them with your round of claps, my dear friends. Also, I would like to invite on the dais Sri Rakesh Kashyap, Project Director, DRIP. Please put your hands together for his welcome. Now, I would like to welcome on the dais Sri Dharmendra Gill, Engineer-in-Chief Projects from Himachal Pradesh. Please put your hands together for him as well. So, all our dignitaries are over here on the dais. So let's hear it for this esteemed galaxy, my dear friends. Let's have a round of applause for all of them. So to initiate with, I would like to request the chair of this session, Sri Sandeep Saxena, sir, to have the opening remarks, and along with that, you have got your first presentation also. So let's have a huge round of applause for his welcome.
Very good afternoon. After the cup of coffee or tea, now you must be much more alert. So we expect a very fruitful session during this particular thematic discussion, that is regarding the water storage and management. Yesterday afternoon, when we were attending the conference, there was one very innocent question asked. That was that if the monsoon fails, what should be done? And I was wondering, this is a question which is really haunting all of us. As human beings, we have very little control on that, very little control, except that we should not disturb the climatic cycle, the global warming, what we are causing. So one of the things in this session is the climate resilience. So resilience means you have to make yourself adapted to whatever is being given to you by God. In that, you should remember that water is available only when it rains. So if you can control, or rather you can store the water on the surface or below the ground, and can use it in a very judicial way, in such a way that for future, if there is any drought, we have sufficient water available in our reservoirs, in our tanks, and also subsurface water available, we can mitigate that. So we have to make ourselves resilient, and that is why this session is very, very important, because not only it talks about the storage of water, its management, but also it tells about that how we become climate resilient. Now, I'm giving a very small example, that is, our forefathers were much more wiser than our generation. They knew the importance of water. They knew the importance of storage of water subsurface as well as on the surface. And I can give example of Tamilnadu. When I read old books, about 4 lakh odd number of water bodies were there, and most of those are interconnected. So surplus of one used to go to other water body. That is the way they never felt that type of thing. All the famine what you hear about India's past were all man-made, let me tell you. It's not because of the nature was not kind to us. So the same thing we have to bring back by having proper management of reservoirs. We have to go for, small is beautiful. Why? Because if you go for bigger reservoirs, you have 100% of the trap efficiency for the sedimentation coming in, and it loses its efficiency. Also, very briefly, I would like to touch upon the technologies like using the water through the pressurized pipe. These are the way forward we have to think about. I request Government of India to come out with a very good framework as early as possible, so that we should be able to utilize the available water to the possible extent. I was very impressed when Punjab and all other our friends from Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka, they were talking about how they are trying to change the water use, because if today you see nearly 75 to 80% of the water goes to the agriculture sector. Our farmers are very, very, I should say, financially literate, and they go for the best efficiency, best return for the investment. But we should try to see that if we can save 10 to 20% of the water from the agriculture sector by various interventions, you will have plentiful water for your drinking water, for your industrial need, for your commercial need. There's no need to do beyond that. So I will not be telling much about that. The next is the water storage capacity enhancement for large scale, small scale. This I will be requesting my colleague Dr. Radha Krishnan to make a presentation about, and I will be requesting him to be very precise and to the point. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the august and vibrant gathering over here. And let the presentation be loaded, please. So indeed, it is very appropriate to say that we are this particular topic of enhancement of the storage capacity of the reservoir, which is rapidly losing its capacity due to the sedimentation, is very appropriate to the situation in the event of this climate change, which is a very pertinent point to make. And as far as Tamil Nadu scenario is concerned, we all know that the basic fact. Yes, the presentation, please.
You can continue. Yeah. Load the presentation.
So the basic. So we all know about the water resources potential of Tamil Nadu, and it is blessed with a numerous number of rivers, and it has surface water potential fairly high. It looks like a fairly high, but still we have a problem of vagaries of monsoon, and as climate change is also having an impact. And we are highly dependent on the interstate water, which will be about 260 TMC of water has to be dependent on the upper riparian straits. We are almost utilized about 95% of the utilizable surface water. Still surplus is going to sea, but we have a limitation of the topography. And we exploited about 80% of the groundwater, which shows that we are under immense pressure on our water potential and water resources. And as far as the challenges of water resource management in Tamil Nadu is concerned, it is almost same for the entire state, all the states of India. And we have a problem of sporadic and high intensity rainfall and sporadic variation in the rainfall due to the climate change. And we have a challenge of increasing sediment rate due to the flash floods. And also we have a problem of changing land use pattern, which is also affecting very much to the rate of sedimentation into this major reservoir as well as minor reservoirs. We have same problem of pollution and encroachments and also short of fun. And under this scenario of climate change and this present climate regime, the trend of hydrometeorological event of disaster is keep on increasing. And it was very prominently noticed since 2005 floods in Chennai. And it was keep on increasing. It is no longer that 100-year flood is recurring. Very rarely it is recurring, very often. And we are also facing the same problem. And we want to put into the record that we are, and the Tamil Nadu state is in line with and resonance with the State Ministers Conference held in Bhopal. And except for spring watershed management, which is not applicable to us, we are thinking in line with the Bhopal conference, and also all the efforts is almost adaptive to the recommendations done by the Bhopal conference. Out of all these recommendations, we are going to focus on climate adaptive remodeling of our water bodies and waterways for mitigating the floods and managing the floods under the climate change scenario. And then also we have been compelled to go for new innovation of capacity addition by revising the FTL for the reservoirs and the tanks. And that is also another initiation which has been implemented now in a pilot stage. We wanted to expand it. And we also implementing a concept called riverine reservoir. As we don't have enough space for new storage creation, we are thinking of converting the rivers itself as a reservoir with a series of check dams and barrages across the state. And especially the pilot project is happening in some of the place which we are going to discuss now, and I'll project it. As far as the sedimentation is concerned, we know that it is the biggest menace, which is really truncating the storage capacity as well as leading to increased flash flood. And also the functionality of the reservoir will be affected. In the worldwide, the sediment rate of sedimentation is about 0.5 to 1% per year. And as far as India is concerned, Asia is concerned, it is almost 0.79%, 0.8%. But as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, it is widely varying between the hilly region to the floodplains. It is as high as 1.4 at hilly region and 0.3 at the plains or foot of hills. And subsequently, if you come down to the next stage of, we lost almost 23% of storage capacity of our reservoirs. It will be very alarming at this rate that how are we going to sustain the future water demand, which is also keep on increasing. And as far as irrigation tanks are concerned, we already lost about 19 to 20%, which is at the rate of 0.07%. There we have a key for the future. And currently, we are doing RRR work and IWRM work, which is also having a small component of desilting, which is primarily used for strengthening of the bund, not for revival of the storage capacity, because the strengthening of bund component and excavation will be only 1 to 1.5% of the overall lost storage capacity, which will not be sufficient enough. But Government of Tamil Nadu has taken initiative to add a capacity enhancement in a different way. We are thinking of desilting and using the meager quantity of desilting for foreshore reclamation and subsequently enhance our storage capacity. And also we are thinking of, as I said, like riverine reservoirs and next school of thought we are having. And also we are using abandoned quarries for utilization of the surplus water and storing it more. We are also looking at and are implementing very effectively about the revenue model of quarrying in a scientific quarrying, which will be enhancing our storage capacity and reducing the menace of sedimentation. Impact of sedimentation, I mean to say. And then the lesson from our tradition is very, very important, that all our reservoirs and minor reservoirs, almost about 44,000 is created almost 1,000 years back. Imagine a situation of 1% of sedimentation per year. We should have lost at least 80% of the entire storage capacity, even if it is 0.5% per year. But the fact is that these tanks are not lost its storage capacity, then it is lost only 0.07%, that too for the 127 years of study which we have conducted and data available. So in that scenario, we are learning a lot of things from the tradition. This was a research done at UNESCO IIG, and it's under the sponsorship of our Tamil Nadu government. And what we found is that we have a traditional technique, traditional formation method and maintenance method of this traditional cascades of tanks, which uses very effectively the topography into the effect of retarding the flow and making the sedimentation happen at the various level and utilizing the sediment deposited for various purpose. So if you have a catchment area, you have a trap for catchment area, pond is there, and dry agricultural land is used with high level leaves for deposition of the coarser silt and use it for the construction purpose. And also we have a tradition of using the clay for our making idols and a lot of things. So everything is integrated. And when we trap some sediment in these tanks and we are reusing it, that sediment, and then depositing in the downstream side where we are sediment hungry. So the lessons learned and inspiration from this kind of traditional cascades of tank is that when you have an integrated approach of source reduction and using sediment for community need and raising the levees for retardation and catching your sediments, and also having a blue-green infrastructures. Actually, it was there. All the cascades of tanks already there. Now we are calling it as blue-green infrastructures, the reinventing. And also having wet to madai, we call wet to madai, which is an emergency fuse flood, which will also be helpful in safeguarding the entire water body, not being breached at the vulnerable places, but at the higher level. There is also an active participation and community, interwoven community activity, which also is a lesson learned from that. And to cut short based on the time, this is how we are reclaiming. If you take the blue, dark blue side, which is the level between the maximum flood level and maximum flood level of the reservoir and full reservoir level, this area we are targeting. Excavate about 1% of the silt, which is the lost storage capacity, and deposit on the foreshore, and reclaim the entire land, which is affected by the revised full reservoir level. Now you are getting a higher contour, which is storing more water. With this practice, we are also introducing climate adaptive remodeling of the outlets of these tanks and reservoirs. When you have an uncontrolled weir, we are introducing additional regulators, which will be aiding as to pre-empty the reservoir for the new climate change regime, as well as it will add to the capacity. And the experience is that we have, I'm talking about the foreshore area in this yellow area, which will be reclaimed as well as used for adding the storage capacity. Our experience based on the pilot projects implemented is that we can, with 1 or 2% of the desilting quantity, we can improve about 45 to 70% of the storage capacity, which will be of immense useful under the climate change and the high water demand scenario. And we have worked out with the pilot project, with a major project, which will be benefiting, the benefit cost ratio is as high as 2.38, because purchasing land and creating new water body is impossible, so we are doing it. And the typical, another typical case of climate adaptive remodeling with foreshore reclamation is our Maduranthangam Reservoir project, which is originally a traditional water body constructed about 1200 years back, renovated by the British. Now we are remodeling it into reservoir with a foreshore reclamation. And if you see, in this case, 4.2 MCM is the excavation done for desilting, but we are gaining about 76%. And this is an advantage I want to portray to all of you, that it can be replicated in major reservoir also. And similarly, we are also combining the two traditional tanks and the fallow land in between these two are going for a minimum land acquisition. Even in this case, the land acquisition has been done as a compensation. You use your compensation procedure in terms of giving lands to the farmer affected and aggregate these 2 or 3 tanks together and make a new reservoir, which will also be reducing the sediment load as well as flash flood. The typical example is that Thervai Kandigai has been already implemented, and for Chennai City Augmentation Project. Now we are implementing this Varathu Reservoir project. You see that the original capacity is 28 MCFT only. Now it is grown to 700 MCFT. It is going to truncate the peak flood at Adayar Basin. In turn, South Chennai will be safeguarded with this 700 MCFT of flood buffer. We are going to have it in the next year. So similarly, we are also doing eco-restoration of the urban tank. Here, the capacity addition is done by deepening the tank below the sill level. The idea is that you don't have a command area, then you can go for deepening the sill below sill level. Urban tanks are gifted with the high demand of siltation, sediments for industrial purpose and also reclamation of urban lands. So here we are reclaiming this one with the help of the forest department. In fact, our ACS was the guiding lamp in that side also as a forest secretary. And we have done, with the community participation, we have done very successfully a lot of such projects. The 2 projects which I am depicting is that you see the difference between the highly polluted water body and now this water body which is now. Yeah. Similarly, the another concept which I want that it can be replicated elsewhere, that the dry and ephemeral rivers have been provided with the cascades of check dam, creating a riverine reservoir. We have been successfully created about 16 riverine reservoirs in Palar and regenerated a dry sand river, what my professor used to call dry sand river, into a perennial, always flowing river with a minimum eco flow. So this is wonderful example. We can look into it. We'll share the concept note with all of you. And we also implementing drip. And we request that the Government of India and Jal Shakti as well as the Central Water Commission has to look into the aspect of the comprehensive management of the sediment management for the entire existing reservoir, as well as there should be a component for innovative way of desilting of this existing this thing. So this is 2 things I want to say and finish my presentation. One is on capacity enhancement. Every forum is talking about the sedimentation and its menace, but we need to act immediately. The first step is to trap your sediments load at the entry point itself. Don't allow it to spread to the entire water spread and spend a lot of money. And trap it immediately, use it for your commercial purpose, which will be very highly lucrative and revenue based. And use that revenue for removing the middle set and top set, middle and top set dredging, and also there you get a revenue. With all this revenue, use the solar plants to agitate your bottom set, which is the clay and silt, and to send it to the downstream side to nourishment of your paddy field and other command area. So this is the idea which we wanted, and of course, on a policy level, the same thing has to be reflected on the DRIP and TNIMT and World Bank project should have a component of remodeling of our existing water bodies and a surplus system with climate adoption and also capacity enhancement in an innovative way. And we also expect that the scheme for regenerating the dry and ephemeral river should be there in future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, Dr. Radhakrishnan. Very good presentation. In a nutshell, you have conveyed that if we mix the conventional wisdom along with the modern technology, a lot of things can be done. Thank you very much. Now I request Madam Ketki Bapat to make presentation on the low-cost groundwater level measuring device, which is developed by UTAG of IIT Delhi. Thank you.
Thank you, respected chairperson, co-chair, and the dignitaries present on dais and off the dais. Good morning to all. I would first like to convey my heartfelt thanks to Secretary Madam and Additional Secretary Madam because of their support. Actually, we have learned a lot yesterday, understanding the things what are going on, and also I am able to share my success story. Sorry. So here I would be able to share the success story of a low-cost groundwater level measuring device developed by the RUTAG Center, IIT Delhi. And I was before superannuation, I was the national coordinator for this program supported by Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India. Next slide. So before that, I thought I will tell you about the initiative of RUTAG. Here, this initiation of this program by Principal Scientific Advisor, yeah, but I am not able to see. Actually, this was supported for providing the demand-driven technology for the grassroots level people or the rural areas. And we gave the nominal support for the 7 IITs where we established the RUTAG centers, and they developed the demand-driven technology, handhold training or whatever this there, so that effectively we can reach out to the required appropriate ascent to the ground level. Okay. So this is about the low-cost ground water level measuring device. I will be speaking the success story of this. This was actually the problem given by our collaborator, Ramakrishna Dalmia Seva Sansthan, Chirawa, Rajasthan, where our Honorable Minister also has visited the center and appreciated their effort. And this was developed by RUTAG Center, IIT Delhi. And, okay, so this was the problem which was shared by the NGO. What they were doing is actually they were also given the task by the ministry to monitor the monitoring wells, and they were doing with their own device and what they have been using. And there was a problem. They wanted to have the low cost and the reliable and robust kind of a system, and that is where they contacted our RUTAG IIT Center, Delhi. And this was our technical expert. They have observed these are the gap. Team RUTAG, they have observed so many gaps were there. The moisture was there, inaccurate readings were there, the things were not robust. And that's how they started addressing the gap by designing the very specific kind of a simple thing. This is completely indigenously they try to develop the system, though it is appearing simple, but they have done all the necessary testing done, and which was the compliance as per the norms, and they have made the probes, they have done everything. And now this is the low cost groundwater level measuring device is ready, which has been used by the NGO for last 5 to 6 years. And they were doing the readings and all. I will share the data also. This is considering their grassroots level, no electricity problems will be there. That's why we have kept it very, very simple. And only the probe is there where the water level it touches, then it will give the beep sound. and the wires, these are already markings are there, which is a good quality wires, they are there. And it is very, very convenient. These people are happy. Now, as we are moving on with the IoT, with the app, these are all becoming necessary things to for at the ground level also. And thanks to our digital networking of our country, that easily we can get connected virtually also. So with the help of IIT Delhi, IIT Indore, we developed the app for the same NGO to enter the data, to have the graphical presentation. And it is available in the two languages, English and Hindi. But I am sure if it is required, the same SOP or the same model has to be adopted, we can easily translate by Bhashini or some other things, we can get it translated. So there is outreach is not a problem. So, so this is the success story. But before that, I thought some video can be played, which is actually the, if you can allow me to play the video, where he is telling
संस्थान द्वारा विकसित किया गया भूजल स्तर मापी उपकरण से संस्थान द्वारा प्रतिमाह भूजल स्तर जांचा जा रहा था, लेकिन क्योंकि ये इंस्ट्रूमेंट बहुत ही रॉ स्तर पर था, इसलिए उससे प्राप्त जो जानकारी थी वो बहुत ज़्यादा सटीक नहीं मिल पाती थी। इसके लिए संस्थान द्वारा दिल्ली आईआईटी की रूटेक विंग से संपर्क किया गया और रूटेक द्वारा एक बहुत ही अच्छे स्तर का एक यंत्र विकसित करके हमको उपलब्ध कराया गया, जिसके माध्यम से हम प्रत्येक माह इससे हमारे जितने भी गाँव के अंदर 16 गाँव के अंदर हमने भूजल स्तर मापी कूप बना रखे हैं, वहाँ हम इस मशीन के माध्यम से रीडिंग्स लेते हैं और प्रत्येक माह जो ये रीडिंग्स हमको मिलती हैं, इसके आधार पर हम किसानों को और ग्रामीणों को भूजल की उपलब्धता के बारे में सचेत करते हैं। ये बहुत ही बढ़िया यंत्र बन के हमको मिला है और इसकी खासियत ये है कि ये मेंटेनेंस फ्री है, इसमें किसी प्रकार के किसी मेंटेनेंस की आवश्यकता नहीं होती और उसके बावजूद भी जब भी हमने इसमें कोई परिवर्तन चाहे तो रूटेक के द्वारा समय समय पर हमको उससे संबंधित जानकारी उपलब्ध कराई जाती रही। और इसका सबसे बड़ा फायदा इस यूनिट का यह है कि इस यूनिट को कहीं भी ले जाया जा सकता है, अलग अलग जगहों पर ले जा करके इसका इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। भूजल स्तर मापी कूप बना करके वहाँ से इससे ग्रामीण भी अपने स्तर पर इससे जांच कर सकते हैं, पंचायत समितियों के स्तर पर भी इसकी जांच हो सकती है, इसके माध्यम से जांच की जा सकती है। इवन भूजल विभाग भी इस प्रकार के यंत्रों का इस्तेमाल कर सकता है, जहाँ पे कि ये बहुत ज़्यादा अधिक कॉस्टली नहीं है। मार्केट में जो इस प्रकार के उपकरण उपलब्ध हैं वो बहुत महंगे उपकरण हैं, उनकी तुलना में यदि हम इसके देखते हैं, इसकी एक्यूरेसी भी बहुत अच्छी है और इसकी बहुत ज़्यादा लागत भी नहीं है। साथ ही इसी क्रम में रूटेक द्वारा एक और हमने एक और बात रूटेक के सामने रखी थी कि इससे
so this is the his own experiences he shared. Now this is why I am calling it as a success story with this gathering, is that because we could connect with this kind of a mechanism or the channel, we could connect to the grassroots level, handholded it. And as it was discussed in the earlier also last year, the vision conference was there in Bhopal, and how it was 22 recommendations were there. So most of the things through this NGO, we could actually we could spread the awareness, we could get the data, we could also they also try to apply the borewell recharge and conservation of the resource they try to do. They also try to make the farmers aware and try to change the crop pattern from cotton and other things to the mustard and gram and other horticulture produces, with supporting the livelihood in a better way. And this is the livelihood options also, it was provided through this success story. Another thing is, as we are progressing our IIT centers also, IIT Madras today, Dr. Abhijit Deshpande is there, who has conceptualized this as a virtual platform, which is actually, we can interactively, we can develop the demand-driven technologies or their ideas we can share, these people can guide. So this is the next step we can adopt wherever it is required. And these are the few of the target outcomes where we can also empower the local entrepreneurs through this support and their ideas, and they can also structural analysis or so many other required things, our teams can be actually helping them. This is the mango decorticator they have made, and this through this platform they are outreaching the people. So these are the few things. Now, with this kind of a device, where the scope could be. Yesterday we learned there are so many good steps have been taken or being carried out, the work can be carried out, and where the data awareness and all these things in with proper hand holding. Many of the times I have realized one thing, that even though the yojanas are good, everything is good, but there is some missing link as a mediator or the communicator or technical communicator, wherever. So if we can place this kind of a RUTAC platform or some other things, Jaladut or other mitras also, we can achieve the best. So these are the few suggestions. And the way forward, maybe I would urge the authorities to look into it. It is just a 22,000 the cost would be, and as the number increases, the cost will be further reduced also. We can empower the local entrepreneurship, and RUTAG or the all 7 IITs as being a coordinator, we are all there for the nation thing. And we will be actually very happy to work as request comes from you or get associated. And these are the contact details. And before I say thank you, this is the last thing, but I would like to say one thing, what today NGO shared with me, that with this device they were measuring, and what they have found is that since the borewell, this thing is open now, without any meticulous measurement for recharging as a compulsory kind of a thing. So initially the levels are going down very fast. And 2 feet, 3 feet within a month of, within the span of say 7-8 months or something like that, which is also recorded by this instrument, or this is the thing. So my suggestion would be for the appropriate people, the policy people, that when they are giving the permission, I am not the expert, so please forgive me if I am saying something, but if you are giving the permission for the borewell making, so please ensure that we need to have the compulsory thing, that recharge zone you should make right that time. And also we can handhold an ecologically water succulent or some other water storage plants. So some expert can be there for this. So this is my humble suggestion. And this is the yearly data they have shared. If you can see that, you can see the constant decrease is there. So it is the last slide. I would like to thank everyone for your patience and attention. And आओ सब मिलकर करें जल संवर्धन, तकनीक और प्रयासों से हो पूरे अपने वचन. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ketki. Very lucid presentation, and we are all enthused. Dr. Ambast is here. So for groundwater, we want to increase the density of our observation wells. This will be a very good way. Under NHP, maybe Dipshi Madam may look about. We are having a lot of questions, but we'll be asking when the question answer session comes. Now I request the salinity ingress coastal erosion management presentation by CWC and Government of Gujarat jointly. Mr. Shivaraj and Mr. Patel may please make the presentation. Thank you. Please. 10 minutes.
Yeah, very good afternoon to Secretary Ma'am, Ministry of Jal Shakti, and senior officers and dignitaries. The subject of coastal erosion, its management, as well as connected issue of soil salinity ingress, is such a vast and elaborate area. Within the time available of 10 minutes, I could only have a run through. I think we can discuss maybe further subsequently. I will cover mostly about the coastal erosion aspects and what's the role of our ministry as well as CWC. Followed my colleague from Gujarat, he will present about the salinity ingress issue to a larger extent, because Gujarat, as we know, one of the main states which has this problem, in addition to other states like Tamilnadu. This is about the coastline of our country. We have about 7,517 kilometers of coastal length, which is still under revision. It may I think, encounter an upward revision shortly. And 5,423 kilometers is on mainland. About 15% of its population, India's population in the coastal districts. And if you count the population which is totally affected and connected, it can be even double of that. Maybe it could be around 30%. And the shoreline change atlas, we mainly depend on two agencies. One is the Space Applications Center Ahmedabad, as well as we have got one National Center for Coastal Research. And as per the SAC Ahmedabad, which utilizes the data from 2004-6 to 2014-16, this is the results. About 15% of the coastline is under erosion. That's about 1,144 kilometers. And about 14% of coastline is under accretion. That is about 1,084 kilometers. And the rest is under stable category. This figure slightly varies if you take a larger time span. And if you come to the area which is under erosion, it could be about 3,680 hectares. And accretion is about 4,082 hectares. This is the breakup of the coastline, which I am not going into the detail. On the right side, what I have indicated is this coastline length data is compiled by the National Hydrographic Office, Dehradun, and it could be on subject to an upward revision, which is not yet released. It could reach about 11,000 kilometers from this 7,000 kilometers. What is the role of our ministry as well as Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation? As per the allocation of business routes of Government of India, sea erosion is one of the mandates of our Department of Water Resources under Ministry of Jal Shakti. As an overarching body to deal with this subject, there is a high-level technical body consisting of about 27 members. That is called the CPDAC. That's the Coastal Protection and Development Advisory Committee, which is headed by Member River Management Central Water Commission. It's a high-level body of experts in the field of coastal engineering, which provides a common platform to all maritime states or union territories to discuss and solve the coastal erosion issues. The main functions of CPDAC are a coordinated program of collection, compilation, evaluation, and publication of coastal data, then lay down principles in construction techniques, then long-term plan, that's we always talk about the coastal management plans, then identify the coastal zone to be developed behind the coastal protection works with the help of state governments. Coastal erosion, we all know and familiar to some extent. This is really the main issue which we come to the due to the wave action, tidal currents, littoral currents, or by deflation often causing damage to the coast. And this is affecting in various ways. This coastal erosion is a threat to the cities, infrastructure, livelihood, and to the households. And it is a threat to the habitat, mangroves, corals, and nesting grounds. An immense number of problems we can easily list to it, especially those who are from the coastal. They know how the erosion is affecting the day-to-day lives of the people who are living nearby. Coastal erosion could be due to various causes, mainly the natural, because of the wave actions and the other sea phenomena, as well as anthropogenic, that is due to man-made. That is when we protect the sea, beaches, and affected area with various interventions. In fact, that also again causes this kind of sea erosion issues, unless these are designed and optimized in the proper way. On the right side is just an indicative figures which I go, just to give an overall picture how once the sea erosion happens, what could be the scenario. This is a breakup of the shoreline change, which gives the state-wise what is the erosion area, then the erosion length, and the accretion area and corresponding length, as well as the stable reaches. We can see some of the area, some of the states which is facing the issue. We can see where the maximum erosion occurs. I think you can go through it subsequently. How to protect the coastal affected area through various measures is a major concern. When we deal with this subject, we know this is a very costly affair. When we construct any sea protection structures, anything it can range from 20 to even 30, 50 crore per kilometer, depending upon what kind of structures we are putting, sea walls, along with any kind of groins or any road development or any other structures. That takes us how precisely we have to be with the concept of the coastal protection measures. I think we will subsequently we'll just touch upon this issue. The various structural measures are seawall, it can be revetment, it can be groins, or it can be offshore reef or offshore breakwater, etc. Non-structural measures nowadays gaining more importance because of the very lesser environmental impact, because we have to have the protect the environment, and the coastal protection structures should not adversely impact the coastal zone. From that, nowadays, I think the natural non-structural measures are gaining more importance. This is just a right side, some diagrams where the seawall as well as the mangrove designs. Coastal protection projects mainly planned, formulated and executed by the respective state government or the union territories. And the role of central government is promotional, advisory and catalytic in nature. And the works proposed by state government are normally funded under our flood management and border areas program from BIP schemes. Many states are availing loans from various agencies like World Bank and ADB also for this coastal protection structures. And all these coastal protection structures and the DPRs are being appraised by Central Water Commission. And we have got one excellent guidelines for planning these coastal protection structures. That is called Guidelines for Protection and Control of Coastal Erosion in India by CWC. Coastal Management Information System is comparatively a new development in the 12th plan in order to have a very comprehensive and scientific way of data collection. This scheme was introduced. This Coastal Management Information System was launched in 12th plan and it is still being continued. And the objectives are you have to collect, transmit, process and analyze nearshore data, because we are not going too much deep into the seashore, but almost nearshore as well as the onshore data, various kinds of data are being collected, utilizing the most advanced and the scientific instruments, because this data collection is gaining such an importance, because the data earlier we used to collect with very elementary approaches that has been changed, and very costly equipments are being utilized, and we are putting into this purpose. And the ultimate aim that all this data which we collect, it will be put into an integrated data bank, which can be used by the public or the agencies to plan various coastal protection measures, as well as any kind of research activities utilizing this data. This is one of the major objectives of this CMIS. And it will subsequently lead to the coastal management plans as well as coastal protection measures. This is the way we have implemented the CMIs also now. We have got 8 coastal management information system sites which are existing with our ministry, which the details are given in this table. 3 stations, that 1, 2, 3, which is in the Tamilnadu, one is in Puducherry and one in Kerala, that we started in 2016. And the data, initially it was with IIT Madras, and subsequently Central Water Commission took over these sites. And this now we are collecting the data from these 3 sites. Then the other 3 sites which are with NIO Goa, there is an MOU, and the remaining 2 are with CWPRS Pune. This arrangement has been done in view of the fact that they have the expertise in this area, and in the subsequent development of the stations, probably independently it can be developed by Ministry as well as CWC. The previous diagram shows the location of those existing stations only. These are the kind of data which we collect under the CMIS, mainly the shoreline monitoring, high tide line, low tide line, then the beach profile, then the wind velocity, direction and rainfall through AWS instruments, then the sea wave data, tidal data, bathymetry, the offshore current, river current, and sediment. Just 1 minute, sir. This is another area which is the climate change adaptation also is equally important in coastal erosion. And the most important is we have to see the integrated coastal management because that is all inclusive. We have to always focus on the all inclusive development, including the fishermen community, all kind of livelihood. That is called ICWM. This again, there is a beautiful guideline available for the climate adaptation. Salinity ingress, I am not going into the detail, but my colleague will touch upon. This is a salinity ingress. Typically, it is being a very serious issue nowadays because Gujarat as well as Tamil Nadu are the two major states which is affecting the salinity ingress. Lot of studies are yet to be done in this field. Salinity ingress in general we talk, but how to approach this issue need, and the CMIS again is a contributing factor because CMIS data can very well utilized for any modeling purposes or design of these salinity ingress structures. These are the various interventions. These are the various areas which has to be done. West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, some area of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra. These are all the various areas. And these are the various interventions which are required. That is the structures, then the recharge, then there are management techniques for controlling it. And this guideline for salinity ingress is under finalization and will be released at the earliest. Thank you very much, sir. I think I took 2 minutes extra.
Thank you very much, Shivaranjanji, for a nice presentation. I think we have very little time for you because 14 minutes are already over. I'll be requesting Mr. Patel to squeeze it as much as possible.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, Gujarat has the longest coastline of about 2,340 kilometers. That is about 1/3 of total coastline of India. More than 13 lakh people. More than 30 lakh people are living along coastline of Gujarat due to increase in economic activities. Coastal areas have salinity ingress. Serious issues mainly in Saurashtra and Kutch area of about 10.65 lakh hectare area. Is it difference?
Can you please advance? Somebody from there itself can advance this.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Green button you can press. Yeah. Now you are at the.
Sir, main reasons are mainly due to less and irregular rainfall, porous geography formations, less natural water filling, weak land management, and mainly excessive lifting of groundwater. Looking to the gravity of salinity and devastating effect, Government of Gujarat has formed two high-level committee in 1976 and 78 for study of salinity ingress, issues and its solutions. After visiting the affected areas, committee has suggested various measures of prevention of salinity ingress. That is to construct tidal regulators, bandharas, check dams, recharge reservoirs, recharge tanks, and recharge wells. Also to excavate 526 kilometers spreading canal. Also suggested afforestation and change in cropping pattern. Financial action has been also availed under 12th and 13th Finance Commission and also in NABARD to execute suggested various work of about 700 crores. Accordingly, Gujarat has most of work has carried out, that is constructed 39 tidal regulators, 94 bandharas, 20 recharge reservoirs, 470 check dams, 66 recharge tanks, and 1,244 recharge wells. Also excavated 291 kilometers spreading canal. This is the overview map of Gujarat showing locations of works carried out in the coastal areas of Saurashtra and Kutch. This is the photo of some bandharas. This is photo of check dams. This is photo spreading canals. Sir, by carrying out these works, Gujarat coastal area benefit very much, such as created additional water storage of 326 MCM, with direct indirect irrigation benefit to 1.51 lakh hectare land. Quality of groundwater is improved and rise in water level is visualized. Shifting of 2000 TDS saline line towards sea, about 2.26 lakh hectare land have been prevented from salinity, and in addition to this, 44,260 hectare land is reclaimed. Improvement in land and increased crop production also increase land price. Improvement of in socio-economic condition of affected peoples. So overall, these work are very much beneficial to the affected coastal areas. Sir, in South Gujarat, also one tidal regulator is completed long back. At present, its benefits are seen on the field. Recently, 2 tidal regulators are in progress. Another 4 are under planning on big rivers, which will be useful for South Gujarat. This is the photo of Vagraj tidal regulator under construction, which will be completed by June 24. Sir, one more big and Mahabalipuram project costing rupees 4,300 crore on the river Narmada at 25 kilometers from sea is under progress, which will be completed in next 2 years. The main benefits of the project are it will prevent salinity ingress in 55 kilometer river stretch, increase groundwater recharge, barrage constructed with embankment for flood protection and prevention of river side land erosion. Barrage will create 600 MCM water storage, which will be usually mainly surrounding industrial purposes and drinking water purpose. And this project will reduce 80 km distance between Dahej to Surat. Sir, most of the coastal belt of the Gujarat is form of sand and sandy sand, which is easily eroded by waves and heavy current of sea, ultimately resulting erosion of coastal areas, which affect villages situated nearby and cities and important tourist and religious spaces. There are various techniques to control erosion, that is tetra pad, concrete wall, geofabric in foundation, zinc plus PVC coated box, wire mesh gabion. Total 15 number of works in a 33 km length for prevention of sea erosion work are completed in 8 districts. This is the photo of canal protection works. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patel. I'm sorry we gave less time to you, but it was a very interesting presentation, both Mr. Shivaranjan as well as Mr. Patel. Now I request Shri Rakesh Kashyap ji to make presentation on the effective management of sedimentation reservoirs, river, and other water bodies in the state, and DRIP also, very important project of World Bank.
So, Honorable Chair and Co-Chair, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, good afternoon. I'm going to give a presentation on a burning topic, which is about the sedimentation. As we all know, the integrities of this sedimentation process and the stress which is it causing on us, particularly in terms of loss of water storage. So that means indirectly our water security is at stake. So I'll be giving only very high level insight into this issue, because every one of us is very well aware of these the issues associated with sedimentation. So for the sake of logical flow, I have divided my presentation into 5 parts, and I'll quickly go through these 5 parts. So first is about the Indian scenario. Of course, this is about basically some facts and figures. I'll focus only 2 indicators. The second one, that is that annual loss of storage. So by virtue of sedimentation, from the data of the limited reservoir, we can see that we are losing 1.5 BCM annually. That is not that is a storage we cannot afford to lose, considering the fact that for creating this much of storage, we need to have thousands of crores investments apart from 5 to 10 years of gestation periods and so many environment and social problems. Secondly, whatsoever we assumed while designing our river valley projects, we have seen that the observed rate of sedimentation is far more than whatsoever we have assumed, and these are the facts. So 80% of the cases, the observed sedimentation rate is more than what we have assumed. That means this issue requires serious thought. Just it is not that India is only facing this problem. If you see, there are countries which are having far more sedimentation rate than India. So that means there is a need for understanding this issue in the global perspective also, and for sharing our experience at the global community also. So this slide is generally for that. Only India is in between with 0.72% of the storage loss per annum. So causes of sedimentation, although we all know what are the causes, but there are some causes on which we have control, whereas some where we don't have any control or we have only very limited control. So we'll be focusing on the causes where we have some limited control or we can control the things. Like this operation strategies of the reservoir, it's the reservoir operation strategies. Then deforestation, we can have some control. Then urbanization and industrialization, we can exercise some control. Cloud burst, we can't have any control. Climate change, indirectly we can contribute, but not to the extent which is required. So I'll not go into these details because I am time pressed and I am actually afraid of this well. So it gives me goosebumps also. So these are the impacts of sedimentation. Some of the impacts are on the reservoirs and infrastructure, and others are associated with the streams and rivers also, because my topic not only covers reservoir sedimentation, it's about the streams also, where due to sedimentation in streams, we face the fury of floods, and then of course the ecological aspects, which are common to reservoirs as well as the streams. Other management strategies are concerned. So it's about one is that we have to avoid the sedimentation. Avoid means we have to retain the sediment in the catchment. We should not allow it to come to the reservoir. Second is about controlling the river regime. That means once the sediment is there, because we cannot control entirely the sediment from the catchment, so we have to control at river stage. And third is once it falls into the reservoirs, then what are the strategies available with us? So of course, the third part is quite challenging one, because there is a limited scope to deal with such issues. And in case we are able to prevent at the site itself, at the source itself, then it should not be a great problem. So this is what the first A part is: reducing the sediment inflows. That means we are controlling at the source itself. Second is once the sediment enters into the reservoir, then what are the strategies available? There may be some of the technologies available with us, but of course those are very site specific and limited rate of success. Third is, of course, that is means I'll not talk. That is about increased dam height. This is also having lot of impacts on our environmental and social setup. And secondly, commissioning of new dams. So first two are, I think, these are important for us. So first part, it's the watershed management or catchment area treatment. So I must say that this is the one measure which requires the most attention, because it is not only the sediment control through catchment area treatment, Rather, it is the basically it also yields into soil conservation, increase in water table, and then enhanced crop productivity. That means if we are able to take care of this aspect, not only we can reduce the sediment inflow, we can go for this. We will be able to conserve the precious soil also, and then our increased productivity. So first and foremost thing is to focus on this issue. That means catchment area treatment. There are a number of methods. I'll not go into those details because time will not allow. But we have to focus. That is the main point. And then once we have taken these measures, there may be the cases when sediments are entering into the river stream system. Then what are the measures which we have to take into the rivers? That is the river protection works, means the bank protection works which we have to take so that we can control the further inflow of sediment to the reservoir. And once it is in the reservoir, then there are techniques like sluicing and flushing. Sluicing means before the sediment settles down into the reservoir, we have to pass it out. And secondly, if it has settled, how to flush it. So instead of explaining the technologies, I'll try to cover it through case studies. So first is about this Maithan Dam. Of course, they have focused on the catchment area treatment, and they have taken number of years in doing this. And last line that they are by bypassing not only any storage on the main river, rather diversion during the lean period to the some sort of a regulating reservoir. So these are the two successful methods where they were in a position to manage the sediment. And then this is a study from the Taiwan where they have showcased that not only that they have they are also they have also changed the valve which was earlier Howell burner with the jet flow gate on these technologies. And for Chamera, they have done basically they haven't allowed the sediment to get deposit into the live storage part. They try to operate the reservoir from MDDL level. And secondly, they try to flush they try to sluice the extra discharge to the under sluices. So this is the Mangalam Dam example where dredging is taken care of. And if you can see, they have gone for desilting, and they could, in this revenue mode, and rather than spending hundreds of crores, they were in a position to save they can earn 17 crores. But one is that we need to have a mechanism, revenue earning mechanism. There are n number of methods by which we can establish, but there has to be revenue earning mechanism. Then only we will be in a position to do. So these are some of the initiatives, because we are dealing with the drip, and it's a proof of concept for dam safety management as well as for tackling these type of problems. So here, some of the torch bearers are Tamil Nadu, and then Kerala and Uttarakhand Jal Vidyut Nigam. So catchment area plans, and then other like sedimentation surveys, so that we can prioritize our strategies. But the most important is the last three. We have a collaboration with IIT Roorkee where focus area is on sediment management. So we have given them assignment with some focus assignments. And I hope that the outcome of this collaboration will help all the dam owners and the dam fraternity. Second is we are also tying up with IISc Bangalore, where this, in order to establish the commercial viability of the sediment. So we'll be exploring the commercial usage of this sediment material in collaboration with IISc Bangalore. And third is the revision of rule curves of the reservoirs, because this is also one of the effective method to control the sediment within the reservoir. So these are the conclusion I have already discussed. Only thing is that the speaker from Tamil Nadu, they have shared their experience in managing sedimentation by raising the FTL and other measures. Karnataka, Kerala, they are also having their own experiences. Punjab is now going for a revenue-based desiltation. So if we share our success and failure stories both ways with each other, so I think we'll be in a position to do better justice to this job of getting rid of sedimentation problem. So revenue-based model I've already discussed. So for the sake of knowledge, these are some of the publications which are available in public domain and on website. Also, these are from the Ministry of Jal Shakti, MOEF, and Central Water Commission, and you can refer to these publications. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rakesh Kashyapji. It was very lucid presentation. However, I wish we had another 10 minutes to go more into detail. We'll learn more about it. Thank you very much. Now I request my dear colleague, Shri Hitesh Kumar Makwana-ji, who is the Surveyor General of India, to make a presentation on the impact on the continuous operating reference station, Survey of India. Thank you.
It's not coming here. It's okay.
Please check the display here. These both have been switched off.
Good afternoon. Among all technical persons, I am only the non-technical person, but I have responsibility to give a technical presentation. I joined recently as Surveyor General of India, and I just want to give a little brief about this organization. This was established in 1767, and that was the oldest scientific organization. Over a period of time, we started work with exploration. Then at that time, that concept of map was not that much prominent. But in 19th century, Britishers, they took lot of interest. Plane table survey and trigonometry survey was done, and maps for whole India were made. So those days it was a manual mapping. Then when we came to 21st century, digital mapping system started, and we also switch over to digital maps. And today we are going for end-to-end digital product and service providing work has been contemplated for Survey of India. Till today, if you will see the topographical mapping work, what we have done, we have 1:1 million. For whole India, we have 39 seats. It covers the whole India. Then we have made 1:250,000 scale maps. For whole India, there are 390 seats. Then we switch over to 1:50,000 scale maps. So 5,060 seats, and then we also initiated action to prepare a map for 1:25,000 scale. But then at one point of time, a decision was taken that the Survey of India will not generate maps by their own. Survey of India, earlier we were provider. Earlier we were not making maps on the basis of requirement of various government departments. And in 21st century, decision was taken that the Survey of India will do survey and will prepare maps on the basis of requirement of the various departments. So earlier what we were provider, now our role has become more of collaborator and facilitator for various government departments. Today, Miss, I was just discussing with some colleagues in the morning. So he was telling that, Miss, it's very difficult to get maps from Survey of India. Yes, historically, that is a fact. That is because many of us, they joined service in 1995 or 2000 or 2002 or 2010. They have this experience. It's very difficult to get maps from Survey of India. But today, it is not the scenario. Today, we provide our all maps which Survey of India has prepared are available in public domain. So if anyone can visit a site called indiamaps.gov.in, all maps are available in public domain. So prior to 2000, these were our mandate to provide latitude, longitude, to provide heights of places. We were also actually the tidal prediction and tidal survey also. Survey of India was doing for 39 ports, right from Suez to Singapore. So all, even today also, these ports, they are depending on tide tables, they are depending on Survey of India. We also did magnetic survey, and we also do the survey for the gravity, because for height, it is most important thing. So this was the role assigned to Survey of India prior to our National Geospatial Policy. And this was how in 2000, after 2000, that is the 21st century, first we had the National Map Policy, and that was the first time government decided two type of maps, Defense Series Map and Open Series Map. And Open Series Map to be provided free of cost to everyone. But there are certain riders, and those riders also came as, yes, we are going first time, so you have to first time get the permission of Survey of India. And that whole map policy, what we made, it was very difficult to implement. Then 2012, government also came with National Data Sharing and Accessibility Policy. There also means we were talking more about restrictions, regulations, vetting and all these things. But then 2021, we came with new geospatial guidelines, and this was a real game changer. And this has really made our department more inclusive and democratized. Then 2021, drone rules came, and it has opened up a total scenario for the drone survey. And now in 2022, we came with the new geospatial policy, and this geospatial policy has it's a more forward-looking. It has given one target to Survey of India by 2035, where India should be in this geospatial sector. This 2022, this new geospatial guidelines, as we know that this geodetic reference from, if all engineers, they are aware that when we make any project, we require longitude, latitude, distance, heights, and that is for those things, there is a reference frame should be there for whole country. So that responsibility has been given to Survey of India. So horizontal reference frame, that is a latitude and longitude. At present, we are having two systems, ground control points, which is clubbed with the GPS, and this new CORS, continuous operating reference system. So this, today I am talking more about this CORS. These are all other works which Survey of India has also been assigned under geospatial policy. Simultaneously, why I am here? Because a Ministry of Water Resources and River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, they have been assigned theme of water. Because what was happening prior to 2022, lot of activities were happening, and various departments, they were doing different kind of work, but there was no integration of this data. So government took a decision. There are each and every department, what kind of geospatial data they will generate, and it will be put in the public policy. So water theme has been given to Water Resource Department. And when Water Resource Department, they are implementing National Hydrology Project and National Mission for Clean Ganga. So we are the biggest, I personally feel that this National Hydrology Project and NMCG project has really immensely helped, it has benefited to Survey of India, because this is the first time in this project we were successful in installing CORS. 70 CORS we installed in UP and Uttarakhand. And after that, today we have reached to 1,032 CORS stations across the country, because initially we were not in a position to finalize specifications and all these things, but with the help of World Bank specialists and that, first time we could procure CORS in 2019. But apart from that, there is a lot of other works were also there. We made 50 centimeter accurate digital elevation model and 25 centimeter resolution of ortho rectified imagery of 76,000 square kilometers. This is basically certain river basins. This work was assigned to us. And we have also been given a 3 to 5 meter accurate digital elevation model and 1:25,000 scale GIS for 832,000 square kilometers. So these are what we have done under National Mission for Clean Ganga, National Hydrology. This is what I told about latitude and longitude, because original reference system, which was on the basis of Great Trigonometry Survey, which was done by George Everest and Lambton, and that we almost use full in 19th century and even last decade of 20th century. So they installed 3,000 GTS station across the country. Then in 1980s, new system of GPS started. We installed around 2,500 GPS control points across the country. So this was the evolution. We went from GTS to GPS. And now we have come to continuously operating reference stations. These are more accurate, and it gives us accuracy up to 3 to 4 centimeters. This is 24 hours available, which earlier if you are using GTS station or GCP, you have to go to that place and from there you can start the survey. Here means it is not necessary, because it is totally connected to each other. These are the I am just giving a reference with what is the continuously operating reference station, because it is a receiver, it is a GNSS receiver, it is a 24/7, it is open. We need not to go to the field. This is I have just made some animation how this continuously operating system will work. I will take just another 2 minutes. This is just the technology components, because there is a reference station which we have installed, satellite constellations which are, so GPS satellite constellation is there, GLONASS, Galileo, BD, QGS, and Indian navigation system, NAVIC is also there. So all other system data we are tracking, we are using, except NAVIC. NAVIC, though it is an Indian, but it is in the evolution stage. That data we are tracking, but we are not in a position to utilize, but we are in process of finalizing those things also, sir. India is having a fourth largest course network. As I told that initially we project in 2019-20, then various state governments also installed their own course network. Today, all network has been they have handed over to Survey of India, and Dehradun, we are having a national control center of all CORS network. These are all state-wise. We have data, and 1,032 CORS at present as operational. We give real-time positioning system. You just put that rover, you will immediately come to know that what is the latitude and longitude of this place. There's a premium service. It will give 3 to 4 meters, 4 centimeter accuracy. And if it is a coarser, because if you have, for government, it is not an issue, because for government agencies, CORS data, it's free of cost. So I personally request all the government departments to use this CORS data extensively. We also provide the historical data also. We have since 2010 historical data are there that can be utilized. How to avail? You register on this course registration portal. This is our portal, and then you will be in position to get this data. These are the just nutshell benefits of the course networking. It is more accurate than our earlier reference framework. It is time saving. It is cost saving. It is harmonized with all global positioning system. So these are the benefits. These are various applications of course network. Land survey and mapping we can do. Land acquisition, it is very helpful. Fixing of canal layout and alignment, because when we are talking about water storage and management theme, so in that this is very much useful. Monitoring of dam deformation is also possible. We have autonomous navigation, precision farming, this course network can be used. Logistics sector, it can be used. So these are the various sectors where even disaster management, as recently when Josimat subsidence happened, data were provided by Survey of India through our course network. These are the usage. Maximum is government users are also there. Means 153 real-time positioning hours as by government users. Survey of India 29,000. So like that, there is usage is also day by day increasing. But if you will see June 22 to December 23, 3,859 users are only there. We want to propagate it more and more because it will be more useful in all our engineering projects. So this is a latitude and longitude. We have this geoid model also because as engineers are aware that we have elliptical height and orthometric height. If you go for the GPS will give you more ellipsoid height. It will not give you this orthometric height. For that, there is a model we are developing. This model we have developed under National Hydrology Project. Till now, for 11 states, we have completed. Other states are also under process. By end of 2024, we will complete that also. We have done various MOUs with various research institutions. Space Applications Center Ahmedabad, they want to do to use this course data for earth crust deformation research. They want to use IMD also. They are using our data for weather forecasting. GSI also using this data. National Highway Authority has also recently signed MOU with us. These are the various services. As someone was telling that we don't get much support from Survey of India, but now we are providing this various facilities to and we are very open. If some of our portals are not user friendly, that also means we are aware about it. We are making all this our portal. And this is just what I have told. Course network is very useful, but still there are certain shortages are there. As of today, though we have 1,032 stations are we have installed, but at no point of time 75% to 80% course stations are operational. There are various issues. So we are also now we have also learnt lessons. So some area we have to do the densification. So I request various government departments, wherever they have possibility to support and they install some course network, it will be useful to everyone. Today in country, apart from Survey of India, there are another some 250 course stations are available with various organizations and research institutes. We are in touch with them to connect with our central server, our central control center. So we have some places that the power and communication network issues are also there. We also want to Indianize all these components so that the positioning, navigation and navigation and timing infrastructure will be totally our under Atmanirbhar Bharat. then these are the various government agencies, and they can also utilize our facilities, because as I told, it is 3,859, but I think we should increase more and more. And we have issues of court station maintenance and control center, that also means we are taking care. So thank you. Thanks for Chair Sir for giving little more time to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hitesh. Had I had half an hour, I would have been very happy to go into each of this. We'll discuss separately, but very, very informative. Now, the last speaker in this panel discussion is Mr. Dharmendra Gill, who would be making presentation on the impact of climate change on the water resources in Himachal Pradesh. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar, and thank you for this opportunity for allowing me to share the information on the impacts of climate change in Himachal Pradesh. So this is an overview of the state. It's a small state with the population of around 7 million, and most of it is in the rural areas, about 90%. So on this slide, the most relevant information with this, in the context of today's discussion on climate change is about the elevation differences. In Himachal, the elevation levels vary from 350 meters to around 7,000 meters in a small state. So these steep slopes in the fragile Himalayan ecosystem make us more and more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. In fact, these steep slopes generate very rapid runoff, which is the main cause of devastating impacts on the overall water resources in the system. And also these steep slopes restricts the scope for surface water storages. So I think this is the biggest concern which we must look into if we want to develop some adaptation and resilience towards the impacts of climate change in these hilly regions. So this is about the profile of water sources, the water availability in Himachal Pradesh. So mainly we have 5 river basins, and the larger ones are the Satluj and the Beas, which almost cover around 50% of the state's area. The others are with Ravi, Yamuna, and other smaller systems. Of course, we have snowfall with the rainfall and some old glaciers. We have very good rainfall, around 1251 centimeter is the mm is the annual rainfall, and Dharamshala is receiving the second highest rainfall. But this is an average. Of course, there are huge changes in the temporal distribution. So if you look at the overall profile on the annual average basis, it's comfortable. So this is a detail of the direct impacts of the climate change on the rainfall distribution in the state. During this monsoon, we were comfortable. It was around 20% that way if we look at the average in the 4 months. But if we look at the temporal distribution, then most of it took place in 8 instances, and in many of the places, the whole annual precipitation took place in 2 or 3 days. And after that, the departure is on the negative side, and this winter, no rainfall, 100% minus side. Same is the case with the snowfall. So this tells the whole, this gives the whole information about the impact of climate change. The overall rainy days have reduced, and the intensity of the precipitations have increased a lot. So which is the main cause of concern and creating devastation in the states. So here are some of the direct impacts of this climate change on the temperature. It has been observed that the land surface air temperature has increased by 1 degree centigrade in the state over a long period averages. And this is also a big concern because this is increasing the melting of glaciers and has increased the thawing of permafrost. And the biggest threat has now come in the shape of formation of glacial lakes, which are increasing in size, and because of their location and size on the very high altitudes, these are of major concern because once they topple their banks or get, if they're broken, they can cause havoc in the downstream areas. Of course, these are being very closely monitored by the SASE, that is Snow and Avalanche Study Establishment of DRDO and the State Environment Department, but they are the biggest threat and cause of concern because of this increase in the temperature. The impact on the water sources is definitely noticeable because this year the old highest flood level marks were toppled by around 5 to 8 meters in many locations, and with huge floods, all the water-related infrastructure whichever came in these 5 to 8 meters was totally either damaged or even washed away. So these are very visible impacts of climate change in the state, and these increased flood levels have caused the state. These affected almost every water-related system in the state because most of them are located in the riverside. So the total assessment of damages was of the order of 2,100 crores, which is a huge loss to a small state like Himachal Pradesh. So now we have to replan all those intake structures and WTPs which were within the close range of the old high flood marks. So that is another big exercise being done. So these are some of the photographs of the damages to the water supply systems, sewerage systems, water treatment plants, and other structures related with the water infrastructure. So, for the adaptation and developing resilience to the impacts of climate change, a state has now made some changes in the overall working in the water sector. So now we are capturing more and more data through IoT techniques on the water supply systems, and all the new schemes are now being equipped with the SCADA. So, and we are also in the process of setting up of a central command center in the state so that we can capture all the data on the water supply systems to support the decisions on the operation and maintenance of the systems. On the irrigations side, all the new irrigation systems, of course, we have mainly minor irrigation systems and a few medium irrigation systems. So all the new systems are being developed in the pressurized pipe pressurized pipe supply systems, and in the older ones, all the distribution networks are now being in a phased manner replaced with the pressurized water supply systems under HIMCAT program. On the demand side management, now there is more focus thanks to JGM also. The more intensive IEC activities has been taken up. So mainly on the NRW control sides, we are into to control the physical leakage losses mainly. Another strategy has been developed around the buffer storages. We have made a list of all those locations where recently we made very high head lift systems to provide or ensure continuous water supplies year round. And it has been observed that in many of these locations, we have sufficient water available during the 7 to 8 months in the year. And the rest of the 3-4 months, we have scarcity. For that, we were lifting water from the larger streams over larger heads, even 500 meters, 700 meters through multi-stage pumpings. So now we have identified those places and now have made proposals for creating storages, partly before near the sources and partly close to the users. So this will not only help us in saving the cost on pumping systems and the energy savings, but it will also provide an opportunity for the users of the systems to manage their systems locally. So earlier we pushed these proposals through JGM, but somehow they could not fit into the guidelines of the programs. Now we are trying to get some funds from the NABARD because initial investments are very high and returns will come later on in the life cycle of the systems. Snow harvesting is another area which we have started working on, by creating some ice cones, stupas in the areas where water is not available in the coming months, in the early months of the summer, where sowing season is on in the tribal areas. So it is giving very good results. Construction of small scale dams we are trying, but as I said, that's due to the steep slopes, so not much areas are available, but wherever in the valleys we have the scope, we are creating the small areas. Reuse of STP effluents has been made mandatory, and efforts are also going on for the groundwater recharging also. So this was a brief information about the impacts of climate change in Himachal Pradesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dharmenji. It's a very different type of challenge what we are facing. So with this, the technical presentations are done with. I know that we are running into the lunch time, but maybe with the permission of the organizers, can we take 1 or 2 questions? Okay, so we'll take 2 questions. Somebody who, yeah. So we'll go there. Please give the mic there, the right-hand side behind. Please introduce yourself and to whom you are pointing the question.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Rahul Jain. I'm from Matrix Geo. My question is to Mr. Hitesh Makwana ji. Regarding the course network, we all are using GTS benchmark for taking the vertical references. Most of our structures are based upon that only. So the course network is directly connected to GTS benchmark or not, number one. Secondly, whether it is giving us the perfect GTS benchmark height or not.
You just repeat, actually, if you can come little in front because
Yeah.
I could not.
My question is more related to GTS benchmark height, whether it is connected to course network or not. Because course network.
So, that's what I told. Nah? So my way forward, I wrote that CORS network to be connected with the vertical datum.
Okay.
I have in my way forward it was there.
Okay.
So at present it is not there.
Okay.
So we are in process of doing that also.
Yes.
So it will take another 2 to 3 months, Neeraj.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any other question? Yeah, please. I'm coming to you.
Myself, Chair Sharma, Joint Secretary, Irrigation State of Uttarakhand. I am also DG Saab, sir, have a question, Survey of India. As you know, sir, Uttarakhand is the border of the states and national borders. So we have needed so many documents of that. So can we get a certified copy easily for the purpose of the official purpose? As you saw, the free of cost. But clarify that one. We are facing the so much.
माइक को थोड़ा पास
हाँ,
बोले यार,
जी।
नहीं दे पा रहा है clear. आपको क्या चाहिए? Certified copy?
Certified copies, as you know, there is the border state.
Certified copy of what?
What purpose? That the land and revenue, the border area, just as behind us there is Himachal and Uttarakhand. There is a dispute of the land, and we are to make irrigation canals and dams beside this. So we need the certified copy of Survey of India. Our fellows are facing so many problems. One that
See,
Thank you.
now the concept of certified copy itself has gone, because there are a lot of issues were there in the past. So that is why that whole system we have removed now.
Sir, it's needed in the
See,
revenue and administrative ground.
listen. Wherever there are issues, if High Court or Supreme Court will direct us, that time only means our people, they will go, they will do survey, and then they will give certified copy.
Okay.
At present, what maps are available with us, because once it is put in the public domain by Survey of India in its portal, it has to be treated as a certified copy only, because now then IT Act and all these things also will prevail. Na?
Sir, this is the bigger issues for the Himachal and Uttarakhand border.
You are from Uttarakhand, ne?
Yes.
You are from Uttarakhand.
Oh, yes.
Your
I am
headquarters is also Dehradun.
Yeah.
Please come to our office, we will sort it out.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thanks for
Yeah. Sir, good afternoon, sir. Myself, Mohammad Asif Iqbal. I am from Bihar, Water Resources, Government of Bihar. I just want to ask question from Rakesh Kashyap, sir. That what about the silt? After removing the silt, what any commercial use of silt is still we have any commercial use of the silt right now? Any studies there, sir?
So actually, there have been so many instances where commercial use has been established. Suppose in case we are having this sand content above 60%, so we can say that it's have some engineering values after gradation. Secondly, if it is not such a case where silt content is high, it can be used for filling material. And it is happening, I know the cases in Punjab and Haryana where NHAI has requisitioned this sediment from the reservoirs for construction of their highways, particularly the part which are to be filled. So this is the second one. Third is the manure value. So in case of West Bengal particularly, where very fine silt content is there due to deltaic reason, so farmers are asking for that. So that means depending upon the locality, depending upon the gradation of the silt, we can have commercial values. Only one factor which is governing it's the lead basically. If lead is quite high, even the commercial value gets reduced. So these are the instances where we have to see it is case by case.
Would like to add to sir's suggestions. See, when I was at Roorkee, there is a CSIR center is there, and what I have learned is when we were talking about the sugar industry sedimental waste. So these people, they have developed some technology where the tiles can be made and vitrified tiles or something. So maybe depending on the silt,
Yeah,
can be
my thing was like that
composite.
only. We know that we can use it for land and all this, but is it can be used as a brick or it can be used for making tiles. This type of commercial use has come. I want to know that only, sir. Basically.
Okay, so I think now we have taken enough questions. If there is no other question, with the permission of chair, can we make announcement for the lunch, please?
Bilkul, sir, but I would really like to hear a huge round of applause for the chair because he has taken up dual responsibility today. Not only screening the time, but along with that, he has interlinked all the speakers. So thank you so much, sir. Let's have a round of applause for all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you so much. With this, I would like to invite you all for the lunch, and lunch is organized at the open lawn for all of us, so we can all enjoy the lunch over there together. We'll be back here in another 40 minutes, and then we will be starting with our next session, which is very important, where we are focusing about people as power, because it is about Jan Bhagidari. So see you on the other side of the lunch. Thank you. of Jal Shakti really interesting on people's participation that we call Jan Bhagidari. So I would like to request all the delegates, please join inside the auditorium. And now we are ready to start this thematic session. So in a few minutes now, we'll be starting that. Thank you. lunch. Can I hear a round of applause for all of you people? Thank you so much. It seems like the people on my right side had enough lunch and on my left didn't. So did you had good lunch? So let's have a huge round of applause for this conference. We all are here for such a good cause. Thank you so much. And now, friends, we are here with our thematic session 5. And as I already shared with you, that this session is going to be about the power of people. And as we all know that people's participation is so much important, just this Jan Bhagidari is so much important that we can call it as the key to sustainability of initiatives in water sector. So that is why in this thematic session, we are going to focus on that, because when we say water, then everyone is a stakeholder in water sector. So it is not possible without people's participation, and the Honorable Prime Minister of India has himself given a clear call that people have to participate, and he have asked everyone to be the stakeholder of this water sector. So initiating with, I would like to invite the dignitaries over here on the dais. Please join me in welcoming the chair of this session, Shri Prabhat Mishra, Principal Secretary, Water Resources Department. Please put your hands together for him. From West Bengal, so I invite you on the stage. And now I would like to invite on the stage the co-chair of this session, Dr. Shakil P. Ahmed, ACS Meghalaya. Please put your hands together for sir. I invite you, sir, on the dais. And now I would like to invite the other dignitaries as well. Dr. Sanjay Bilsare, Secretary CAD. Please welcome him with your round of claps. Also, I would like to invite Shri K.A. Patel on the stage. Sir, may we please have sir on the stage? Yeah, let's hear it for him, please. I would also like to invite Shri Kailash Karthik N, Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission, Assam. Please put your hands together for him. Also join me in welcoming on the dais Director, Groundwater Department, Kerala, Srimati D. Dharmalashri. Please put your hands together for her. So our dignitaries are all diced up over here on this stage, and now we are going to initiate this session. So firstly, I would like to request the chair of this session, Shri Prabhat Mishra, sir, Principal Secretary, WRD, West Bengal, to please give the opening remarks, sir, and then we'll take on the presentations. So let's have a round of applause for Prabhat, sir.
So thank you very much. And a very good afternoon to all of you. It has been a real pleasure attending this conference for the last 2 days, 1.5 days. Really learned a lot. It's been wonderful sessions and the states have done so well. And now we are coming to this last session on people's participation, people who actually is the audience, the target group. And whatever we do, actually, unless we have a conversation with people and we have a platform to have a dialogue with them, and unless we really involve them in some form, I don't think whatever we are thinking in this room can really be translated into what we want to see on the ground. So that's none, I mean, this room is not having any farmer. I mean, it can't be also, because naturally we are here at a different level. We are here doing the brainstorming, but once we go outside this room and we finalize what we need to do, then of course we will have to have a conversation with farmers. And what could be the format of that conversation, what could be the format of that interaction is what we are trying to understand in this session. I would like to let you know that people's participation got the attention of policymakers right in 1938, in which an irrigation inquiry committee, also known as Vishweshwaraya Committee, was formed, which recommended ownership of irrigation structure to village or group of villages. Then in the 6th and 7th 5-year plan, participation of farmers in irrigation management was emphasized. 1985 National Water Policy Guidelines issued for O&M through farmers' participation. 2002 National Water Policy again emphasized farmers' participation, imposition of water charges. And of course now, Jan Bhagidari is the cornerstone of all schemes in which the people's participation is a very strong fundamental component. Many states, in fact, almost all the states have gone ahead and involved farmers in a very big way, water user in the form of water user associations or some other format. We will have the pleasure of hearing and listening to many of these formats and see where it has really succeeded and what are the lessons learned. We would try to seek answers to some questions in this session, like, is people's participation really needed? And if so, what could be the format for that participation? Then what are its challenges? What are the design principles that we should follow if we really want these people's participation in a big way in irrigation management? And what policy instruments can be used to create a conducive ecosystem so that this participation can be facilitated? So these are the initial questions that I leave with you, and then there are a very eminent group of panelists here from different states who will be enlightening us on this topic. I will begin with what we have done in West Bengal. I'll quickly share with you what we have tried to achieve. And I think my timekeeping can be done by one of you, the co-chair or someone. And I think that responsibility I will take over once I go back. So West Bengal consciously started this farmer-led irrigation systems, mostly in minor irrigation sector. And we are now almost done with registration of more than 3,500 water user associations. Next. Just to set the context, we have a huge geographical area, some 6 agroclimatic zones, starting from the hilly areas of Darjeeling and Kalimpong, and then alluvial zone, then western lateritic zone, and then coastal saline zone. A very interesting state with a very diversified kind of a context. We have, we are also having the difficulties with the climate change problems and erratic rainfalls, which many states describe today. And we have very small land holdings. I mean, I'm pointing it out to tell you how and why, at least in many of the Eastern Indian states where we have small land holdings, we cannot really inject the modern methods of cultivation, etc., unless we aggregate. Because this small land holding really, I mean, if you want to put up tube wells, it has to be a shared tube well. If it's a canal, then it has to be a shared resource, and so on. And that is why the imperative for aggregation. Then we also have huge groundwater extraction going on in alluvial zone. Maybe because there is a lot of groundwater, but then we are also having the problem of some critical blocks. The small and marginal farmers, very large number. It also brings us to this question of how much they can make investment on their own, capital investment. Is it possible from their side? And of course, the irrigation infrastructure, its sustainability has been a question mark. I mean, a large number of tube wells, our MI census, etc., it is revealed that they are getting defunct. There is a problem. So what strategy we have adopted is very simple. We have customized our irrigation infrastructure as per the agroclimatic nuances. Western lateritic zone, more emphasis on surface water. Hilly zone, rejuvenation of Jora. Then coastal saline zone, going for long creek excavations where we can store the rainwater, and so on. We have done aggregation of small landholders around these irrigation infrastructures. We have been very carefully picking up only those farmers who have land in the command area. Anyone who is outside the command area is not included. for the simple reason that they don't have any stake in that system, irrigation system, and if they come, it will only create more noise and impediments. So that is the thing. And then the asset is handed over to the water user association. They are made responsible for operation and maintenance. And then we get this platform where we start weaving various technical inputs in terms of best agriculture practices, aquaculture practices, and so on. Some climate resilient agriculture practices, which we have found very, very useful. Then through this group, we are also able to disseminate a lot of messages and the answering questions on pest management, etc. And since it is a group, so the efficacy goes up. Instead of telling it to a single farmer, it goes to the group, so they have their meetings, and in the process, it is disseminated very fast. And of course, we have also used water efficient techniques through these water user associations. So forming and nurturing water user association is something quite important, takes time, requires a lot of hard work. So a lot of patience is required. Doesn't happen quickly. And if there are some legacy issues in the villages, then there is a problem, of course, because, you know, sometimes villages are fragmented and there is a problem. So we actually have been very careful also, because one has to give the signal that you have to have some ethical engagement with farmers, in the sense that everybody has and should have the access to the government functionaries, or in the meeting they should have a say. Because if that doesn't happen, then people start losing interests. And these water user associations, actually, we go through a lot of capacity building exercises in terms of their bookkeeping, in terms of cash books, minutes of the meetings, etc. These instruments of transparency is the key, what we have understood in keeping the group active, alive, and dynamically going together. So this going together is something which is very critical for the sustainable existence and sustenance of these groups. Otherwise, it becomes difficult for them to. They also have got PAN cards. They actually impose water taxes, water user taxes, and there we have given them a lot of freedom. They are free to charge whatever they want, and they have done it very critically, very, very carefully, mostly keeping it below the market prices which are prevailing in the village, etc. So that is how it has remained very nicely. Now, a large number of responsibilities are entrusted to the water user associations right from the stage of conceptualization of the project. So where the irrigation infrastructure will be built, suppose there is a check dam, what could be a possible location, and in which case, you know, you get the benefit of their traditional wisdom. Then water budgeting, crop planning, what would be the water schedule, then operation and maintenance, and water charges, and of course the record keeping. And later we have also involved them in community procurement. In some simple infrastructure like these infrastructure, you can see the pump duct wells and those happas and 30-40, they are easily doing. And in fact, all the horticulture schemes that we are doing around these water resources in the Western Lateritic Zone, they were the people who actually went for the pit digging, etc., etc. And we only provided some saplings because we wanted to know there. They are also being graded, so you can see. And of course, once the platform is there, then our great happiness and we were pleasantly surprised, because different departments who want to do certain things, like agriculture has a lot of inputs on sprinklers and other schemes. So they use those platforms to provide these sprinklers and other pipes and other systems. So that becomes a very good thing, something which is very difficult to achieve in government, because we generally tend to work in silos. But then once the platform is there in the village, we found that even without our knowledge, this convergence was happening at the village level, with all the departments capitalizing on these platforms. So that was really great for us. So we actually also realized that these entities became very vibrant entities in the village context. They got a respectable position in the sense that in COVID times, they have developed their own kitties. because they have water user charges, they have a bank account, so they could distribute some masks, some potatoes and rice and so on. So they were very acceptable entities. West Bengal always had these village level community-based organizations in the name of Solo Ana committee. Solo Ana, you know, is 1 rupee. And Solo Ana means every family, one person was the member of that committee. So, I mean, West Bengal has a tradition of such vibrant community-based systems. So it has not been difficult for us, though in different water, agriculture, agroclimatic zone, our experience has been different. In fact, areas which are harder, which are more difficult, like Western Lateritic Zone, and tribal areas where people have generally, culturally, they are more akin to collaborating. Their water user associations are giving much better results, whereas other areas, South 24 Parganas, sharply divided maybe sometimes on political lines, there we have a slight difficulty. So they have also, this question comes, and you'll see in many presentations how they have been effectively using and managing the technology. They are able to do that. So our message is also that they are able to use technology. In solar, in fact, we went for their training and some simple things they're able to do. In fact, solar, which is often criticized for overdrawal of groundwater because there is a zero, marginal cost of production, that is actually not happening in our state because Water User Association is imposing a charge on the water that is coming out even from the solar systems. And so that is bringing out a bit of a behavioral change that is there. So these are some of the small things that we have given them. And then they have also used water use efficiency, some simple instrument, tensiometers, so which has reduced the electricity consumption and which has also enhanced the production of the agriculture crop. We are now using some of these progressive water user association and helping them scale it up. Then this was the message that I was, messaging system that I was mentioning. Now, having created these platforms at village level, which is a difficult job I must acknowledge, it takes time, as I mentioned, then it becomes very easy. Once it is in place, then it becomes very easy to utilize it for a whole lot of livelihood generation, which we have tried to attempt. So best practices, forward and backward linkages, and then integrated use of water. So both agriculture, aquaculture, etc., etc. And then they have also, so thank you. I will just wind it up. So there are very large number of success stories. So now we are aggregating these water user association, building them into farmers producers organization, which is the next logical step. And this is the way forward. And this kind of nested enterprise is something which we are trying to understand and target. So the rules of the game for water user associations, which are social enterprises, is slightly different from these bigger nested enterprise in the shape of FPOs, because they are no longer, they are business entities, and that is where we have to be careful, and we are in the process of developing those rules for the game. So we are very much, and this slide, I'll end here. Actually, these community-based organizations are existing already. Many other organizations like women self-help groups and other groups. So they have to have some interface with the water user association. So we don't want to, in fact, some CBOs have their natural advantage. So in the value chain, some saplings, women are better able to do. So water user association delegate it and outsource these works to them. So that is what happens. These last two slides, actually, I won't elaborate now. These are some theoretical foundations. I think Elinor Ostrom, who got the Nobel Prize on collectives, she delineated some of these design principles. If these collectives have to really collaborate and perform, and they have to succeed, then certain design principles have to be followed. So that is in the presentation. Anyone over the tea break or something, we can discuss it later. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, sir. And I'm really happy that co-chair has taken on the responsibility of the timer at that time. So thank you so much, sir. And now we are going to have the presentation from Maharashtra, and it is going to be about participatory irrigation management in Maharashtra. So let me please invite Dr. Sanjay Balsarit, Secretary CAD. Please put your hands together for him.
Hello. Yeah. So slide change it. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman and Co-Chairman, dignitaries on the dais and of the dais. Next slide. So Maharashtra, we have potential created. Yeah. This is okay. Almost 56 lakh hectare, and we are utilizing 42 lakh hectare. So there is a gap, and we, as the topography of Maharashtra is concerned, we have got Sahyadri ranges, Satpura, and then we have the water resources in a such a way that we have the storage system where we have to manage the entire resources by canal systems and lift irrigation system. So I will be sharing some success stories as well as case studies and various reforms government of Maharashtra has undertaken. So we have this standalone Participatory Irrigation Management Act, that's MMISF Act, then Maharashtra Water Resource Regulatory Authority. Then we have the provision in the act that the water use entitlement to be given to the Water Resource Association, and it is enforced by what regulatory authority. In Maharashtra model, the WA model, we supply water volumetrically to the Water Resource Association. So I think that is the key. What you measure, that get managed. And so since beginning from the 19th, we have the emphasis on delivery of water to the group of users through volumetric measurements. And that has really working well, where we can talk about water use efficiency. I think that is the first key to measure that and to manage that. Then independent institution of chief engineer and chief auditor for the water accounting and benchmarking. Then we have got pipe distribution network policy that we have 2017, and so far we have almost completed 3 lakh PDN on the 3 lakh hectare area, and that is also in a way it is improving the water use efficiency, better control. Then decentralized storage policy that we have in 2017, where we experienced that if you can give freedom, assured water supply to the water association at some fixed location, so they can manage well beyond that assured water supply. So in case of one Tembu lift irrigation scheme, almost 1 lakh hectare area we have developed, and within a command area there is a water storage, decentralized storage through the various schemes like state water irrigation scheme as well as local sector, and the farmers are managing that water decentralized, and we are letting out water into reservoir. So that is also working well. So far, we have developed, formed this water resource association almost on 23 lakh hectare. Out of that, 15 lakh hectare WAs are in functioning. So I am going to share some case studies or success stories where Wagad is one of the foremost, where this water resource association managing the entire water resource of this medium irrigation project. So the only dam management is done by the water resource department. At the canal outlet, the head of the canal, we measure water supply to the project level water association. Then they supply to 24 water association on left and right canal, and then the water association manage this minor level area, and farmers are responsible for the field channel. So I'm going to share what actually has helped transform that landscape in case of Wagad. Here the integrated use of surface and groundwater resulting the 8 monthly irrigation system into the perennial irrigation system. Tail to head principle that is followed. Actually, the water reservation first form in the tail area, and then at the end, the water reservation form in the head area. So almost it takes almost 7 to 8 years to form this entire water association on the entire project. And in 2004-2005, that has been handed over to the project level association. There's active women participation. 14 chairpersons are out of the 25 WES, and 75 members are executive members of the water association. So there is earlier, before 2004-2005, it is managed by the water association. But after transferring management to the project level association, almost the area is increased. It was around 8,000, so it is 11,000 hectares. Water supply at the minor head, earlier it was now at the main canal. Water charges almost tripled. There is 100% water recovery, change in the cropping pattern. Then there is also employment generation. We find that people used to migrate outside. Now the people are coming into, and there is employment generation around the year. Average incomes grow. So because of this initiative, there is the number of rotations. Earlier we used to have maybe 4 rotations. Now it is 5 to 6 rotations are there. Flow period reduced to 2 to 4 days. Service at the doorstep of farmer. They do not have to come to our office, the WA in the village. Now we have only one consumer. So for 15,000 customers, we have got the project level association. Department is dealing with the one users. There is a accounting and billing software has made assessment simpler. Then water productivity, which we talked today, is that how we can have the per unit of the how much income you generate per unit of water. So in case of Wagad, we found that almost 10 paisa per liter of water is the productivity of Wagad irrigation project. And there is a reduced operation and maintenance cost. So this is another example where we have now the PDN and then micro irrigation. But in case of Indore, there is a water use association. It is on small minor irrigation tank. So people come forward. They have the system called. I will show first this. You can see there is a delivery chamber where the water is pumped to that delivery chamber at the top where the people are sitting, and there is a one pipe that is coming to the field. And then in the first figure, you find that number of pipes are there. So these pipes for each farmer. Suppose there are 100 farmers. They made the compartments into 10 compartment. One compartment may be having 10, depending on that pipe going down to the command area. And thereafter you find the secondary distribution chamber where there's again at the field level that has been, suppose 4 farmers are there, 1 farmer get water and 3 farmer water goes ahead. So that is the system which has been developed, and it has been found very successful. In the case of water distribution, there is every farm get proportionate distribution of water, no need of control, no need of operator, less diameter of pipe, and benefit of system is the distribution of water on the unit basis. Whatever the water comes into the tank, the same water get distributed among entire farmers. So this type of system has developed confidence that yes, we are going to get water. There is a tail head. There is no, everybody is getting water at the same time, and 100% satisfaction of the farmers. This has been then replicated at number of places in case of our lift irrigation scheme, and we found this is a very cost-effective and innovative system. Then in case of now we have got so many private lift individual schemes. In Maharashtra, you will find that people have transported water to 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, and from the reservoir. So measuring that and charging that, we have got the now Water Resources Regulatory Authority where they declare the tariff. So this year they have declared tariff that the area-based tariff will be discontinued, and those who are not shifting to the volumetric, there will be penal charges. Means suppose you have got the one unit, 1 rupees as a charges, so now there will be double charges if you don't go for a measurement, volumetric measurement. So in case of Tisgaon, minor irrigation project, we have got formed 7 water association and 1 project level association that is for the lift irrigation, because there are so many farmers, and to manage them on the one lift irrigation scheme is again difficult because they have developed according to their needs. So we are devised that we should have the meter for every connections. So I will show the here. So there is a for each pumping connection there is a meter. This is an ultrasonic meter developed by the Christian Technology IIT startup. They are also here today, and this is a very good methodology where ultrasonic measures meter is there, and where we can have the measurement for the water, when water release and where water is discharged. So this system is very accurate billing, resource conservation, data-driven decisions, and transparency. So we are going to have almost 100 meters established in another fortnight, and where the entire system will be measured, volumetrically measured, and charged based on the volumetric. So this is a one new initiative which we have taken. Then my time is over, so I'm going to rush forward. So we have got public-private partnership in case with the ITC. So there we have tried for with the help of water associations. So in Kukudi, then Tembu, and there are 4 to 5 irrigation schemes where we have developed with the support of them, actual farm field schools, and then the initiative of how much they have used the initiative where I will just show how. So where different in case of sugarcane, onion, and soybean, cotton. So there we have actually from last 3 years we have worked with the farmer, with the water associations, and with the help of the ITC. They have invested in the CSR the projects where we have seen that with this water use practices, because micro irrigation is definitely there, but with the various initiatives we can also save water. So almost 255 million cubic of water saved from last 2 years. So this is also a very good initiative where we can have the use of various technology for water use efficiency and saving in water resources. Then we have the Gosikurt as a national project where we have formed this 355 water association. Out of that, 148 water association are transferred. They are managing the water in their command area. And we have formed 12 farmer producer company on almost 10,000 hectare area. So out of that 22 WAs are in the part of this producer company, and they carry out the paddy purchase, marketing, then organic vegetable production. Then these are the things they have been developing, and we look forward that this is going to develop in a time to come. This is a training, and then this is a visit to various successful organizations in Maharashtra. So this is my last slide where with so many years of experience in PIM. So PIM is a basic where people feel that project is there. They own the project, sense of ownership develop, ease of working. When the WAs are there, the reduction in operation and maintenance cost, timely dispute resolution at local level. And wherever there is a successful example where we found that there is a third partner, means maybe it may be NGO, maybe academic institution, maybe private sector. So I think capacity building and handholding of WA by a third partner is equally important. Then efficient water management through innovation and use of technology when there is a participation of farmers. We can see the example of Indore and others. Then transition of water users into farmer producer company is a need of our, because now whatever, how much they are going to get out of 1 unit of water is a time where we can converge with this farmer producer company. Then appropriate business model for financial stability of WA is important, because it varies from, even in Maharashtra, we have got different places where there is a struggle for the financial sustainability. So we have got very initiative. This is I share PIM, but we have got Jalyukta Shivar, then Gaal Mukta Shivar, Gaal Mukta Dharan, and Gaal Yukta Shivar, where there is a Jana Bhagidari with the people, NGO, private sector. So I will, with this, I stop here. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. And now from Gujarat, we have got a film on Jan Bhagidari. So that film actually portrays that how Gujarat has participated into the people's power and they have utilized it for Jan Bhagidari. So let's have the film from Gujarat.
India being an agrarian country, agriculture forms the backbone of the economy. The tireless efforts of farmers are fundamental to the nation's sustenance and growth. To support their hard work and ensure their prosperity, the concept of Jan Bhagidari, or people's participation, was introduced. This initiative has been a transformative step towards progress, enabling farmers to contribute more effectively to agricultural productivity. Jan Bhagidari aims to unite individuals towards a common goal of enhancing agricultural productivity. Subsequently, participatory irrigation management (PIM) emerged, focusing on engaging local communities in sustainable water management, empowering them in decision-making and promoting responsible infrastructure maintenance. Walking in the footsteps of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, and under the guidance of Gujarat's Chief Minister, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Gujarat today stands as a testament to the power of people's participation in irrigation management. Farmers play an active role right from construction of canal, water management, actual irrigation of water to the fields, collection of water charges, maintenance and repairs. 6,473 water user associations have been registered for more than 24.29 lakh hectares command area under participatory irrigation management. The Sardar Patel Participatory Water Conservation Scheme, introduced in 2000, has been a cornerstone in Gujarat's water conservation strategy. Under this initiative, the government introduced an innovative scheme for constructing check dams. The 80-20 model for tribal area and the 60-40 model for non-tribal area signifies that for every check dam built, the government contributes a significant 80% and 60%, while the community provides with the remaining. This innovative scheme empowers communities to manage local water resources, encouraging the construction of water conservation structures like check dams and percolation tanks. It's a vivid example of Jan Bhagidari, where villagers contribute labor and a part of the cost, while the government provides technical and financial support. This synergistic approach has rejuvenated 78,436 water bodies, bolstered groundwater levels, and brought green prosperity. Also in 2023, a total of 354 check dam repair works had been completed. This showcases the power of collaborative effort, where the government and the people come together for a common cause, conserving water for a better tomorrow. Moving on, the Sujlam Suflam Jal Abhiyan is a massive campaign started in 2018 for water conservation that has further fortified Gujarat's water security. A total of 98,234 works, including deepening of ponds, construction of new ponds, check dam desilting, check dam repairing, have been completed till date. The aim is to construct new water bodies, deepen and widen existing water bodies ahead of the monsoon, ensuring maximum water storage. The project has brought about significant changes in water conservation and groundwater recharge. Additionally, the scheme has helped in reducing soil erosion, preserving soil fertility, and maintaining agricultural land. Lastly, WASMO initiative empowered Panchayati Raj institutions to address water and sanitation issues, fostering community involvement and women's participation. Under this initiative, 17,255 village-level water committees were established, mandating a 50% women membership. Furthermore, the Mahila Pani Samiti, initiated in 2014, encourages water committees with over 70% women representation, highlighting WASMO's dedication to enhancing women's role in decision-making and policy-making in drinking water management. Through these pioneering efforts, Gujarat exemplifies how participatory irrigation management can be a game changer in transforming the agricultural landscape. It's not just about managing water. It's about nurturing a culture of cooperation.
So that's actually nice. And different states are participating in Jan Bhagidari and making people realize their power, that how much their power affects any cause that not only a government is taking, but that is for the good of the country and for the good of the planet. So where Gujarat has been taking a lot of initiatives, and also they have made women participating into their Jan Bhagidari program. So here now we have Assam, where they have got the young brigade of water ambassadors, whom they call Jal Doots. So for that presentation, I would request the Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission, Assam, Shri Kailash Karthik, and to please give this presentation. Let's have a round of applause for him.
Thank you, the chairman of the session, the co-chair, and the esteemed guests on the dais, and everybody around. So from irrigation, I'll move to another sector, which is water supply, and how in Assam we are trying to solve some of the big questions that we have through children, who we call them as Jaldoots. So just to set context, in the context of Jal Jeevan Mission, this is where Assam used to be about in 2019, with just about a little over a 1% coverage of drinking water supply direct to homes. And today we are at around 71%. So while this is a substantial jump, which has not just happened in Assam, but across the country, what we are also simultaneously realizing is that there are too many schemes that each one of us are creating. For instance, in Assam, we have nearly by the time we finish up Jal Jeevan Mission, we'll have about 29,000 schemes. We have over 25,000 water user committees formed already. We have handed over 10,000 schemes, and we have over 9,000 schemes which have completed 10,000 and handed over back to the community over 9,000, nearly 9,000 schemes. So the big elephant in the room, or the big question, is how do we ensure community ownership and sustainability? That's the big question. And it is in this, while addressing this question, is where we've endeavored upon this initiative called Jaldoot, which we believe is our innovation to catch children young. What we do is we take children from class 8 to 12 from the command area of a scheme, about 5 to 10 children per scheme. They go through a specially curated 2-day workshop, what we call the Jal Shala. There, the children are taught about water, sanitation, hygiene, water quality, water supply infrastructure, how does filtration processes work, how does the distribution network works, etc. And also why they need to be leaders, why they need to take active part in their civic roles as a part of the community. The goal is to train about 3 lakh such children across the state. We've managed to do about 25,000 as we speak, but the plan is to roll out and reach about 3 lakh children. These children, like I said, through very interactive media, whether it is through videos, whether it is through games, we've created a specially designed game called Jal Khel Card, which is like a Uno card and a Ludo, a snake and ladder game. So the children, through those activity-based actions, learn about Jal Jeevan Mission, learn about water, water safety, water security, etc. Subsequently, we've also, since children love, creative stuff, we've also designed our diaries, what we call the Jaldut diary, in a very attractive manner, where children can record their observations through the Jalshalas. Subsequently, the children go to the field, they are taken to these water supply infrastructure, they are exposed to how water filtration process happens, something that they are anywhere learning in their science subjects in their schools. But just from an academic, just from a theoretical perspective, here they get to understand it more practically. And then they are also asked to go and assess the availability, the quantity, quality, and the regularity of water supply schemes in their villages, and record them in the Jal Doot diary, where they record how does the water, where is the source of water, how does the distribution network work, where does the school gets its water from, etc., etc. And they record this as part of the diary. So we also get a grounds up feedback of the quality of the infrastructure, the regularity of service directly from the children. Subsequently, post the Jalshala, which is a 2-day workshop, we move them on to what is called a Jaltooth Premier League, where we've sort of gamified a set of activities which we believe are relevant to Jal Jeevan Mission sustainability. So we get children to do certain activities like go and identify water problems in your village, discuss these issues with the community members, organize awareness generation for the community. We ask them to attend the water user committee meetings, create posters and display them in your schools and your Anganwadi centers of your area. Get them to do water quality testing in their schools using the field test kits. And on doing each of these, each child gets certain points, and that points are digitally can be encashed for some rewards. So these children then get onto a WhatsApp bot. We have designed a WhatsApp bot on which children communicate back to our core team. So we push some of these activities, and that is how we maintain the engagement. And I'm happy to announce that we've almost 70% of all children who attend the Jalshala go pick up their WhatsApp phone and then start registering. And of the 70%, almost 80% end up doing the activities that we ask them to do. So which is fairly far more the engagement rates are far higher than what even some of the big Facebook and others manage to do. So this is an example of a child submitting the scheme functionality. So children going back to their homes and finding schemes nearby their villages and submitting the functionality on the WhatsApp bot. This is an example of children submitting community awareness tasks on the WhatsApp bot. We also get to see a dashboard through which we monitor or we sort of understand where and what impact it is making. The children also get to see a leaderboard. They can see their names, and as you see on the right side, they see the points that they have accumulated. So it is sort of motivating the child to keep doing better, and they know their peer group, where do they stand within their peer group, etc. We also create, this is like a Facebook profile page. We also create what is called a Jaldo Change Makers profile for the top performing children. So they get to see, this is their first tryst with the digital world. So they get to understand how, how they can create a profile for themselves on the digital world. The best children are also recognized on a monthly basis, sometimes by the collectors, but some children also get picked up at the level of the Honorable Chief Minister. This is one example I would like to say, leave behind in terms of the impact some of this program is having on some children. So this is an example where we pushed in asking children to make a aerator at their home. And we realized that, children started doing it. some child made a final product and it's already put it in her own tap. So this is creating innovation grounds up, giving them the tools to be able to do that, to the ability to solve for problems that they should be solving at their levels. I would also leave behind one success story. This comes from a district called Majuli, which is a river island. We had built one particular water supply scheme called Ratanpur Gaya, which had about 552 households. The scheme was completed in 2021. But what we realized was the acceptance of the scheme wasn't there in the community, because large parts of Assam, water supply per se, water scarcity isn't a problem as much as the quality of the water. So people were not very sure why they should use this water or pay for it. The Jaldoot from that region campaigned on the health benefits, the cost of producing water, etc. And the impact is now over 300 plus households of that particular scheme have started to contribute a small sum, 35 rupees per month. And these are some pictures from here. This is also carried, by the media, covered by the media as well. So what we expect through a program like this is that, one, it will help us reach directly to the community. We will be able to build leadership qualities among these young children. And it is our theory of change that more than 50% of these children will continue to remain in the same village or maybe move to another village. So which will mean that they are our future water user committee members, because they have understood the importance right at a very young age. They're technology ready because they are using technology, whether it's the WhatsApp bot or whether it is the digital platforms. And then that will eventually help us sustain the scheme. If I have time, I think I'm running out of time, so I'll just skip this video. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we have got the presentation from Kerala. It's on people's participation, key to sustainability of initiatives in water sector, and this is going to be a joint presentation. So firstly, I would like to invite Shri Priyesh R, Chief Engineer, Irrigation and Administration, Government of Kerala, for the presentation. Let's welcome him with your round of claps.
Yeah. Thank you. Respected Secretary Madam, senior officials from Government of India, state governments, heads of academic institutions, the World Bank, the ADB, or private sector players, a very warm good evening to all. So I would start presentation with a brief scenario of the state. As most of you already know this, I don't have to have a detailed technical spec on the state, because Kerala, as we always defined, is a God's own country. But sometimes God sometimes be a harsh on state. So as a mother is to the children, so that is where our challenges come. Our state of Kerala, like we have the highlands and the mid and the lowlands. So the highlands have a approximately average height of like a maximum of 2.7 kilometers, and then the entire slope goes to zero within a span of 120 kilometers. So at some places, this reduces to even 80 to 90 kilometers. So that is the challenge. So when we all talked about the floods, we have all the states of experience and extreme floods. Kerala is also having, if you're looking into last 3 to 4 years, experiencing a great amount of floods in a shorter span. So this, the topography within highlands with lowlands, or the lowlands with a space of 120 kilometers is posing a big challenge to our state. How do you manage these water resources? We have the high ranges, like 20% of the forest, so we don't have any space to storage. Then we have the Kerala coastal zone, or the management authority zone coming in. So we have restrictions and rules. So how do we look at it? We also have like 44 rivers, but again, this 44 rivers, if you look in like the population density around the state, it's like 800 plus people per square kilometer. When it comes to coastal, it's around 2,000 square kilometer, 2,000 people per square kilometer. So how do we manage the resources when such a huge population is there, and especially when our places are organized of around 47%? How do we look into it? These are all very challenges that our state are looking into. Yesterday we had seen the floodplain zoning bill. So how do we look at the floods? Because we have this 44 rivers. If you look into the design flood and you route it and look at what extent it goes, and if you look at going to restrict the certain activities, then we will have the state with the Midlands almost with entire region with the restricted activities. So again, Kerala has another challenge when it comes to floodplain zoning. So these are all things that we need to discuss. So how do we go about that? So that is that thing where the brain challenge came in the year 2016. In 2016, our state experienced a great drought. So looking into the impending drought, our government with the leadership of the Chief Secretary, I still remember because I was one of the person who attended that meeting, the respected Chief Secretary, the then Chief Secretary, Sri S.M. Vijayanand sir. I'm told that he was a pioneer in people's planning. He was there in the Panchayati Raj in the government of India also for almost 2 years. He was in the planning people, so he was the people's planning man. So he himself took a class for almost 3 years for all the senior officers in the government. So he said that, see, we are implementing a lot of, watershed plans since we are getting funds for the watershed programs. But are we really doing in the site? So he told that, we need to implement what is being written in the documents. So he told that, let us form a karma patadi, like it's a program wherein we actually look or implement the watershed planning. So this was again combined with the government's overall policies of that time, which is called the Navakerala Patadi, or in English it's the Neo Kerala Patadi or Neo Kerala program. So it basically contained 4 missions. Out of the 4 missions, Haritha Kerala was one of the missions which is related to water resources. So how did the Haritha Kerala say? The CS actually took a class, including the watershed planning, the importance of the watershed, the importance of the river basin. So he said that while the importance of all the technical matters needs to be absorbed in the watershed plans, what more important is the people's participation. How do the people's participation come in? Make the panchayats the main role in the players. So that was the main given direction to us. This was again absorbed clearly by the then secretary, Ms. Tinku Biswal Madam, who was the then secretary. Now she is the revenue secretary in my state. So she, with the officers, we almost work for 2 months to have an institutional setup. And finally, we came up with an institutional setup where, every Gram Panchayat, every Block Panchayat, and every District Panchayat had the people's representative, which is being guided by the technical committee, which is being again convened by the engineers of the irrigation department. So that is how the institution mechanism for the Haritha Girl came in. So what we did is that many of the panchayats did not respond because, you are aware, many of the political scenario in the Gram Panchayats would not be similar that in the block than the district. So there were a lot of restrictions from that, but we started doing examples. If you look into this, we had a big example called the Varatar River, which is in the central part of the Kerala. They actually approached irrigation department with a 30 to 35 lakh proposal to have it being cleaned for around 2 to 3 kilometers. But then the finance minister, who was very much eager into people's participation, took the initiative and then implemented a program with the people's, with the confidence of the panchayat, with ₹0. Not even a single rupee was spent. So this gave a confidence in we officers also to implement such ideas as to how this can be expanded across the state. So that is how then we brought the institutional mechanism. We've brought in separate guidelines as to each and every person in a panchayat or a block panchayat and the district panchayat needs to do. That was incorporated in the guidelines, and then the subsequent trainings were issued to almost all both the executive and the public. So togetherly, we could able to plan out of 941 panchayats, we could come up with the watershed plans with 940. So that was a great achievement from our part of side. Since we had a lot of examples coming in, people started rushing to us. This form of the commitment, because there was again skeptical about the funds. How do we look at the funds? Because there was no particular funds for watershed management. But the state government then allocated till date, the statistics shown is till date, 100 crores for the MI structures and 100 crores for the ponds and tanks alone. So this gave a commitment from the government side that we are, yes, for the watershed planning, for which then the panchayat started approaching us. So that is how the 914 panchayats watershed plans were completed. It was very interesting because then we had a lot of people coming in based on coming in the projects, because all these Gram Panchayats plans were prepared based on the watershed thing. But again, when the panchayats which were interested in completing the projects on a faster basis, we were forced to give them projects. But again, sometimes they changes the technical aspects of the project planning, because you need to plan on a the richer to hill to valley approach. So sometimes we had to overlook that, but it again shows that how much is the commitment from the people. So that is what I would like to show. As I said, this expanded across the state. Then since many of the panchayats were getting substantial amount, other panchayats started coming in. So we could expand and we could give a lot of funds to panchayats to implement the projects which has been planned in. But all this changed when it came to the 2018. When 2018 floods came, all the fundamental units of planning, the basin scale, the watershed scale, everything went off, because that was a huge floods, like yesterday what was shown in Jammu Kashmir, like 3 months flood in 3 days. So then we had to have a different policy formulation. That is how the Rebuild Kerala and government of Kerala came in. So I'm not going into that much, but still we learned certain lessons. Because we had to look into the Western Ghats particularly as to how, because we know a lot of landslide cases were there. So we had to look into the Western Ghat part also, why as such so much landslides came. So that is when we realized that apart from having, looking into the streams of first order, second order, we need to look into other aspects and map it clearly and go much beyond to the places where the people have not been at, because at certain places the streams, the first order streams is in a very remote area. So we thought that we should mark all these streams, including its history, whether it has been converted or not. So that is how the second phase, when the Navakerala Paddhati, Neo Kerala phase 2 came in, we gave a priority to the Western Ghats, to the streams in the Western Ghats to get it mapped. So now, as of now, 230 Gram Panchayats very close to the Western Ghats have been mapped. And so it took around 11,160 days to finish. I'm told that 10 more panchayats will be finished in next 2 months' time, which was the target. So that was one thing that we learned from the floods, and we had to do it or to get the data as at the field level. Then we had this program called Let Me Flow, like Iniyan Odigate in Malayalam, which means, we concentrated mainly on the first order streams. So again, there were, apart from planning of the large structures, we got into the Manrega, we got into the agriculture department, we got into the soil conservation department to look into how these streams could be revived. Then we had, water testing labs also, because, all of these watershed plans were prepared, had to have the looking at the water quality also. So that quality needs to be ensured, for which the water testing labs have been helped with the help of schools. Then we had the Neer scheme also, and also the water budget, which is a very important tool that we look into the watershed planning. Then this is not an important, this is a very big thing that the state of Kerala that I would like to project, because many other states have been looked into. But what I'm saying is that with the present electricity minister having a very strong role to play in irrigation, he actually devised to bring the people forward to have this micro irrigation plan out based on the community-based irrigation plan to be implemented at the site. So these are the things that I would like to put into. We have certain case studies also to be continued from my Dharmasri madam. But what we understand is that a strong commitment from the executive, from the minister, from the secretary, from the people would give people to believe in, which I have put in the last slide, which the madam will show. Thank you very much.
Good evening, esteemed guest and the guests on the stage. Thank you, Priyesh. So these are some water supply schemes, which is community-based water supply schemes, which is called Jalanati, which is funded by the World Bank again. And I'll go into the next project, which is called Well Census, which has been taken by the Groundwater Department in Kerala. So this is the first census which tried in Kerala, and it is like every abstraction, every groundwater abstraction, like right from borewell or it's a tube well, and including filter pond wells, and including the springs which is in the hill areas of Kerala. So we tried to geotag it, And the main outcome which we expected from the census is that we need to manage the groundwater data, and we need to understand the area which is between the wells and the waste pit and wells, and is there any saline water intrusion started happening in the coastal areas. So that was our main expected outcome from the well census. It is an ongoing project. So we started under NHP in the first phase. First phase of our well census. So it includes overexploited blocks and semi-critical and the critical blocks. So far we identified 39 blocks, and we started taking the data physically with the community again. So here we used Kudumbashri. Kudumbashri is like a women army which is available in all the places of Kerala. So we try to utilize their knowledge, because initially they are also not aware, because Kudumbashri they are a common women in every household. So we started training them. So we utilized our hydrogeologists in every district under NHP. So we utilized their expertise in teaching about the rock profiles and measurement levels and everything. So, and also we appointed a supervisor which is existing among the Kudumbashri. So Kudumbashri people are the enumerators, data enumerators. So they will go and take the data, and it is again validated by the supervisors, and it is again vetted by the hydrogeologists in the district. So we have given the hands-on training, and almost 1215 enumerators initially we got, and for the first phase for the 39 blocks, and with the 105 supervisors. So we'll used to collect the data. To collect the data, we introduced an app called Neer Arivu. So it is an Android app which was developed with the help of Kerala State Remote Sensing Technology, KSRC. And with them, we used to collect the data in every, through the mobile, and we used to store the data in the server, which is maintained by Kerala State IT Mission. So what happened? We have solved all the piloting issues and other things in the first 39 blocks. And after that, we tried to expand the program with the next 55 blocks under NHP phase 2. And now we want to complete this entire exercise for the entire 105 blocks in the state. So this app, I think it is visible. So these are the maps which we try to find the gaps between the waste pit which is nearby and the wells which are digged up, and the dug wells and the bore wells, the distance between the wells. So, and what are the daily discharge of wells, including both private and as well as the public. This is one success story, and I hope I'll be helped by sir also. So this story is Katakada. It is a legislative assembly constituency in Trivandrum district. And it is again, as Priyesh mentioned, it is a part of Harita Kerala mission. And as Priyesh told about the drought situation which marked the state in 2016. So it started from the political leadership. And the area of the legislative constituency was around 11,380 hectares. And there were two main rivers. Once it was called surplus, water surplus area. Now it faced water shortage. So the two rivers are Nayar and Karamana. And so how it all initially started, I heard that it was a poll promise of the person. And as soon as he becomes an MLA, the person promised that particular legislative constituency will be water surplus within 5 years. So that was the commitment, and which was given by the political representative. So, but no one is he is also not an expertise, and so he wants to make it done. So he started the conversation with, he started the works slowly with the district administration, and so there we formed constituency level technical committee, which puts the district collector as a chairperson and MLA also there. So along with that, all the line departments, they had initial discussion about the availability of resources and what can be done about the grave situation. So they understand that groundwater department has some funds under water recharge. They understand that MGNRGS has a manpower, and they have funds available, and there are some land utilization options also available, and they need to clean many places. So somehow, without any idea of clarity and just with the available information, they started spreading the messages to the down level. I mean, with the panchayat presidents and the block presidents, the district panchayat president, are including the ward level people. So the discussion started, but they don't have a data. So what happened is that this committee, technical committee, tried to put up another committee, the next level committee called organizing level committee. So they emphasize about the collection of data, which took almost 3 to 4 months of time, because we want to know what are the available ponds, which is without satellite data that time. So they identified more than 357 ponds, which is existing with the geotag details. And then again, the artificial recharge schemes, under artificial recharge schemes, we plan to utilize all the existing fund for the Trivandrum district. So we utilized for that only for Katakada, and almost 40 structures came up, but first priority was given to the public buildings. So once the public building structure, artificial recharge structure was completed in the public buildings, people started gained the confidence about this particular project, and it slowly started expanding. So now if we want to include the people, we want to give training. So again, there is just 2 minutes, so I'll finish it. So the Kerala Institute of Local Administration, which gives training to the panchayat presidents and the ward members. So we involved them, and slowly NGOs also started expanding. So we came to a point that even if any camps, even including NSS camp conducted in that particular place, it should be oriented towards this groundwater recharge or restructuring. So we came to that saturation point. And parallelly we formed Jala clubs also, and we formed so many school clubs also in that. So we engaged youths, and we have created so many structures as well, different types of structures. And we even created wells within the streams. These are few photographs. This is the one, water storage tanks within the streams and the existing creeks. So in the end, as a result, we are able to finish 40 water artificial recharge structures and 357 ponds, and along with the inland farming with fishes, and also with the temporary check dams also we constructed. And based on the success of this, we introduced other Kanampala constituency also. But with this, what are the things we have done in Katakada? So we tried to pool all the funds. Again, it's a convergence model. So in that, we utilize the existing public schools lab, class 10th lab and 12th lab. So we utilized, and we upgraded the infrastructure, and we utilized all the IEC components and utilized them. And one thing is that through MGNREGS, we have given all the nursery plantations distributed via Kudumbashree, and we tried to plant it along the side. And with the choir group, we made it that geotextile should be the part of our MGNREGS water restructure works. And these are a few others. So time paucity, I've just moved. And this is the another, based on the success of Katakada, now again the another minister in Kannur, sir wants to put it in the urban landscape. Kannur is a municipal corporation, and where the Kanampala river is the main source of water, and it flows through and immediately it goes to the sea. So it is in the north of Kerala, and where we can see river walk was done. So river walk with the 5,000 people it started, and first thing is that we need to clean the banks of the river, which runs parallel to the sea. So we clean the banks, and the idea is to take pledges so that people owns the project. So the next thing what we have done is that, so we try to clean, and wherever the land is available near to the banks, it should be marked for agriculture purpose and not for construction. So this is how we cleaned, and we made it for agriculture purpose. So paddy cultivation is very unique in that Kannur area, and this is about 440 lakh crore of project and 165 acres in urban area. Thank you so much. So this is the last thanks. This is another one in Palakkad, and this thanks slide is like two pregnant women who were being lifted during 2018 floods. So their gesture of gratitude to the NDRF team. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. And now we are going to have the presentation from Meghalaya about the community-based spring shed management in hilly areas. And for that, we have our co-chair, ACS Meghalaya, Dr. Shakil P. Ahmed. Please put your hands together for her.
respected Secretary Ma'am, all my esteemed colleagues. I think I'm standing between the high tea and the session closure. I won't take much time. With permission of Ma'am, don't press the bell, sir. Meghla is, Shillong is hosting the International Water Conclave for hill states and hilly areas on 9th and 10th of February. We are getting almost 12 to 14 international participants from Japan, Nepal, Thailand, other countries. I request all the states with specific area focus on hilly areas and the interventions done to kindly participate and share your experiences. And we also, with the direction from Ma'am, we would like to bring out an action plan or a template for water-based interventions and climate adaptation for the hilly states in the conference. Thank you very much. With this, I start. Friends, Meghalaya is, I will quickly run through my presentation. It's a tribal society. 76% is mostly, predominantly, and land belong to community. 80% of community depend on springs for their drinking water. Forest, we do have 76, close to 76%, but marginally dwindling for last 5 years. In the last 10 years, there has been significant change and dwindling in the quality of springs, either they dried or the perennial one has become seasonal. The picture below is Mawsynram. Supposedly the Mahabalipuram is also competing from Maharashtra, but still now Mawsynram is the wettest place. But the picture on the right side is lady carrying big container to pick up water. We can say it's a paradox of plenty. We get something to the tune of 63 billion cubic meter water, of which Archana state takes 30 billion cubic meter down the slide, and Bangladesh takes 31.6 billion cubic meter. So what is left of Meghalaya is 1.3 out of 63 billion cubic meter. So that is the paradox which we face. With this, the state started early. The community orientation is quite strong. We had, under National Adaptation Fund, we did map about 5,000 springs. Then under Jal Abhiyan, we got close to 1,100. Then we had a lot of external aided projects in which we were able to map close to 55,000 springs. So with this, the department developed an app which could be used by even community, where we had springs recorded with long lat, ownership, the changes in its capacity and nature. This led to a lot of activities across the department. One good thing in Meghalaya happens is the interdepartmental collaboration is very, very strong. So whether it is fisheries, where I was working till recently, water resource, soil and water, everything works in harmony. So that's why my presentation was actually meant as Team Meghalaya, not by me. So we had early in 2019 a water policy. We had natural resource management by community policy. We had a decision of 60% Manrega fund will be spent purely on natural resource. We have something very interesting in 2022. For every forest 1 hectare preserved, the community is paid 15,000 per year per hectare. I'm requesting other states to adopt it, because this has really changed the whole scenario. And we have integrated water mission cutting across the department and larger forest management plans in which schools are really involved. I'm quite happy my colleague Karthik has presented Jaldoot. We have, similar to that, we have started extensive work of seed ball distribution through schools, which has resulted in close to 2.7 lakh seed balls distributed and really yielding good results. We have mapped the springs all across the state with clear changes. It is covered on a weekly basis. The most important thing is we have close to 14,000 village volunteers who map these springs every week and send the report. So any change, it's known to us. And plus, community owns it. Unless and until the best PPP government can have is with community. Trust me on that. It is sustainable. The stakeholder is there. They own it, they run it, they operate it, and they take care of it till the end. This is how we work. It's just to say that we have something like a leader who is a visionary and officers who are missionaries. This is the whole thing of the Water Resource Department in-house developed it. We have mapped almost 59,000 springs, which really covers all across the state. This just a repetition of what I said, convergence, policy. Even in JJM, we are the second best state in the country, covering close to 5 lakhs. And we, payment ecosystem, I mentioned, important thing is, Chira maybe lost his number one thing. We are extensively working for afforestation and water harvesting in Chirapunji. This is something which my colleague asked me to mention. Springshed development, I think something which all the state need to work on is climate adaptation. Many states have done, I'm sure. We have done something like figures, data from 1981 to 2012 data we collected, we sanitized it, used it and made projections based on data cleaning and data sanitization, which resulted in really predicting what would be the climate scenario from 2013 to 2100. This has really opened our eyes to really prepare and align our schemes based on the future predictions. This shown us that because the Meghalaya being something very vulnerable geographically and ecologically, and socio-economic profile is by and large poor, rainfall density is high, and water stress, the terrain is something which I already mentioned to you. So this has really helped us to really project and predict what could be the scenarios in the state. So the observations are like increase in erratic rainfall and increase in temperature 0.031 degrees Celsius per year. This is going to be quite detrimental as the year passed by. So what we've done is the projection which we really covered are the vulnerability areas district-wise, sub-district we have actually classified. So we have something like extremely vulnerable district, West Khasi Hills, the highly vulnerable districts, East Khasi Hills and others. We classified them and schematically aligned them for addressing it. We have two scenarios in which mild scenario, the rainfall increase could be the tune of about 40 to 300 millimeter. And on an extreme scenario, it could be like 181 to 420 millimeter. So this has helped us to really go to sub-district level, that is up to block level, where we classified every block into which one is extremely vulnerable, highly vulnerable, moderately vulnerable, and reasonably vulnerable, and align that with our schemes of water harvesting, afforestation, agriculture, etc. My request is we can share our template and other states could actually do it. We have checked the vulnerability on high food grain variability, high rate on the poorest people like BPL, and lack of forest to rely upon alternate livelihood, and steepness of slope because that will restrain agriculture practices. I've mentioned many of this earlier itself. Yeah, this is something which I mentioned that we need to, other states can really take care of. We have earmarked 39 crores have been already spent. We have covered close to 50,000 hectares. We plan to cover 2 lakh hectares in 5 years in afforestation, which would really bring up the water table. Also will address the climate adaptation practice of the state in a big way. And this is going to improve other alternate employment for the community like fisheries. One interesting thing in Meghalaya is, which I forgot to mention, is that we have something called community-owned fish sanctuaries, 79 of them in the country, which is actually owned, operated and manned by the communities. You can't angle there, you can't fish there. They select, of course, the department helps. I was working in the department earlier, and this project won the best community-based innovation globally in 2021 from IUCN. So they protect that. This will really help in protecting the fish and really conserving the whole ecosystem, and the sense of conservation comes in people. That helps a lot. And in a way, the village people do develop their own slogans. Like in Garo, they say, "Chi dungjau de, silro roani dumja." If you don't have water, there is no life and there is no future. I mean, because people become part and parcel of nature, then that's how they protect it far better than what we do. There are some innovations like bamboo irrigation, which is also part of our adaptation plan, is happening in war areas extensively. This is natural drip irrigation developed by tribals in war areas in Meghalaya, where 18 to 20 drops goes into plant in a gravitation, doing remarkably well. There's another interesting thing is across the small villages in Meghalaya, in water areas, there's something called living root bridge. This is the greenest bridge on the planet. The earlier ancestors, as some earlier speakers mentioned, our grandfathers were far more sensible, intuitively intelligent, far more close to nature. Not we are. At least not all of us are. They planted something called Ficus Cassiana plant across the river. They tie the roots across and that becomes a bridge. We have bridges span of 40 feet where people can walk across. All these bridges have become now micro watershed. There are 76 micro watershed in Meghalaya just across these bridges. That's also getting developed and almost getting UN World Heritage Site list. I mean, going to be getting it. Fish sanctuaries I mentioned, this also done remarkably well. For protection, involving community right from the concept and planning is very important. We have developed a spring manual, do's and don'ts and SOP for the springs, which is followed by community. There are close to 14,000 village community facilitators who manage this. And we also have trained 9,000 community members using the adaptation fund for handling even apps and technology-driven equipments. We have trained them using UAVs, GPS, and GIS. And especially, we have trained more than 1,800 people or members in the community for digital technology so that they can always study the changes in the springs and the water bodies. This has really helped us to really involve communities in the work, and to the extent that some of the tourism projects are handled by communities. People who have visited Meghalaya earlier would have seen Port Shillong, Elephant Waterfall used to be a place of den where the people used to get stabbed. Now it is handled by community, which is actually running computer centers for girl students in Shillong. So with these words, I'm on time. Thank you very much. Kindly visit Meghalaya and see what is happening.
Thank you so much, sir. And now the house is open for the discussion. If you people have any question, you may raise your hand and we'll be passing on mic to you. Yeah, at the back, maybe please have the mic over there. At the last row. Let's have the mic there. On the right side of the stage. Last row. Okay, we have a question here also. So let's take this question first, then we'll go to that side.
Good afternoon, I'm Gopal Krishnan, scientist, National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee. Sir, I have a question on spring on Meghalaya. Sir, you have mapped around 55,000 springs in the state. So I want to know that all those springs are live or those are live or dried, both type of springs?
Yeah, I'll answer the question. Out of 60,000, as of now, we mapped about 60,000, of which 59,000 are live. Not all of them are perennial. I mark my word, because close to 50% have become less and seasonal, which we are trying to improve using the community for trenching and afforestation. It is happening extensively. We have planted about 10,000 plants in 1 year in the catchment areas in springs.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we are sending mic to that last row. Yes, ma'am, your question, please.
Yeah, very good afternoon. I'm Rekha, a faculty of an engineering college and research scholar. My question to respected Kailash sir, Assam. Sir, in your presentation, you have indicated Jal Shala. So it's really very wonderful concept which you have adapted for the rural kids. But my question is, this concept or activity will be applicable for rural children because they will be having accessibility to work on agriculture land and whatever the things. But is it possible to apply these activities, these children who are in urban areas?
Thank you. I think it is very much possible. I handle this project called Jal Jeevan Mission, which is to provide drinking water for rural areas. So that is why our focus was on rural. But the concepts and everything that we have used, I think, is very relevant for urban areas. In fact, the access to because post Jal Shala, we mentioned that children actually get onto a mobile phone on their WhatsApp, and we send activities. I think it'll be far more relevant in urban areas where connectivity or access to phones is much greater. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, we have two of the questions. Yeah, so firstly, we'll take the question from that second last row, then we'll come to the third row from the front. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, I am Saurav from Bengal, Army Project. My sir is there, Mr. Sir. I would like to ask a representative from Meghalaya. Sir, amid this climate change, we are all facing it. The thing is that earlier it used to be sectoral approach. Irrigation used to be looked after by irrigation department. But climate change, we need cross-sectoral approach. So for cross-sectoral approach, the biggest one is human capital. Out of the 5 capital, infrastructure, finance, social, natural, and human capital is one of the most crucial factor in ecosystem services. The cultural ecosystem services, it is human capital and social capital are the two which complement to the cultural ecosystem services. Now, for this cross-sectoral approach, how we are going to prepare the human capital for the future, because everybody is a part of human capital. Even policy makers are also part of human capital. Scientists are also part of human capital. So how we are going to prepare the human capital for the future climate action? Thank you.
It's a very interesting question. Apni Korpora.
Guwahati.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. It's an interesting question. The answer is we have made water security plan of each village. We completed 3,100 village out of 6,200 villages. Remaining 3,000 are ongoing. We have a time-bound plan to do that. We have village volunteers in each village and village water councils where we debate and discuss these issues. And cross-sectoral is not water resource department alone. That's why I showed that the circle where we all work together. So it's a comprehensive, collaborative plan of addressing the issue from agriculture, water conservation, water rejuvenation, water utility, even including plan for agriculture address. Now, in 5 years in Meghalaya, we don't have rice cultivation other than Ribhoi and West Garo Hills, where there is sufficient water. Only we'll cultivate red rice and brown rice in hilly areas which consume less water. So it is a part of a larger theme and larger plan, not sectoral alone. I hope I answered this correctly. And just I supplement what Karthik answered to the madam who asked earlier. In 20 years, your water demand supply gap is going to be more than 63 billion cubic meters. Unless and until you reduce your consumption, there is no other way. So it's better urban schools, every school institution start spreading water recycling, water rejuvenation, water reuse, and water respect. Thank you.
Sabhi ko pranam. Myself Aarti Sinha from Government of Bihar. My question to any of the panelists can answer to me. It's regarding the water use association you all are having there. We too have success story, but I understand you all are having better success stories at your end. It can be from Maharashtra or from West Bengal, sir. It's regarding the disputes arises between the farmers. So how upper reach farmer and lower reach farmer, the disputes, how you all tackle to it? Is it the farmers do themselves or government also intervene at times? Thank you. My question is clear, sir?
Yeah,
Thank
you dispute at local level, na?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Upper reach and lower reach farmers.
In case of project, we have got head, middle, and tail. So in Maharashtra, we have the practice that first water goes to tail, and then middle, and then head. Before formation of WA, there was water was not going to tail end, but once the water resource association formed in the tail end, they united together, and with their pressure, the water first going to tail and then middle and head. So in that case, there was a consensus among the upper and lower people, and they collectively now they are assured that they are going to get water. Earlier, there was insecurity that they are not going to get water. So with this participation, it can address the dispute at local level, and it doesn't come to the government. So that's beauty of it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And that brings to the end of this session. So I would really like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais. So let's hear it for all of them, please. Have a round of applause for the dignitaries. Thank you so much. And dear delegates, before I invite you for the cup of tea, let me please share with you that after the 15 to 20 minutes of the tea break, we are going to have the roundtable conference of secretaries and CEOs. So here is an important announcement that all additional chief secretaries, principal secretaries and secretaries from various states, registered and invited CEOs of industries and startups are requested to join CEO Secretary Roundtable Conference, and that's gonna be on the first floor, Marina Hall 2. So after the 15 minutes of tea break, that roundtable conference is going to be there, and then maybe around after 1 hour, we all will be coming back over here for the valedictory session and the summing up session, and that would be done by none other than AS and MD of National Water Mission, Ms. Archana Verma. So right now we are having the tea break. After that, roundtable conference of secretaries and CEOs on the first floor, Marina Hall 2, and then it will be followed by the valedictory session. So I really thank you all, and I invite you to join for the cup of tea. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. So let's have a round of applause for the dignitaries on the dais, please. Thank you. Thank you.
இல்ல அலாட்டா இருக்கே பார்த்தேன். மார்க் ப்ரோ இங்க வந்து பாருங்க, வந்துருச்சு, வந்து பாருங்க.